It's Parm King, the Dungeon Master for Legends of Barovia, a Curse of Strahd campaign. We're going to be getting started soon. I always like to get the stream up and running beforehand to make sure I don't got any technical glitches. So we'll be starting in about 8 minutes. Right at 6 p.m. We'll be getting on Discord, making sure everybody's logged in. There's already a couple players logged in now. They leveled last session, so they're working on getting their characters updated. I'll be back in one sec here. Well, folks, it is Farm King, and I'm about ready to start our session 20. Our players had visited Ravenloft last session, and it was a surprise encounter. It was, instead of setting up the dinner as per normal, the players were whisked there through a portal, had their dinner, explored a little bit, and Strahd assigned them a quest. They're on the carriage and they'll be heading towards the Wizards of Wine unless they decide to make a detour. That's where Strahd has sent them. But some things are going to happen perhaps along the way. This is going to be a fairly sandboxy session for me because I really don't know what or where the players will go. So I'm going to have to. I have a lot of notes here, so I'm going to have to operate in a lot of cases on the fly. But I think it's really important that the players stop, take a breath, and collect themselves for a second to decide, because there's decisions that now are going to have significant consequences. So I'm going to log into the platform here. It looks like 4 of our players, 5 of our players are in. We have a total of 6. Let me just jump in there now, and we'll go ahead and do that. I'm going to cut over and stop this music here. And let's turn on the Discord here.
The skull,
Yes.
yeah.
Hey!
Which is gonna be hilarious because the dragon is fucking massive.
Alright.
Maybe I could like crawl into it like a turtle and all you see is like my 2 feet sticking out and then I trundle it over.
So it looks like we're waiting for a couple players still to come in. Yeah.
Byron, Robin might not be able to come because he's sick.
Oh. Well,
He told me this morning, and
I
I told him I will tell you.
I have not heard from him, so I hope he's doing okay.
Who is it? Who was the mom again? That's Gertrude.
Which mom?
Gertrude.
There is a lot of
In
the
Barovia.
game.
In Barovia, she's the one that kept screaming, "They took my girl, Gertrude."
Was her name Mary or something? Like
Mary,
that?
Mad Mary. Yeah. I believe it's.
Well, we're waiting for Sponge, and if Robin's sick, he won't make it, and then Oleg. So it's just Sponge and Oleg at this point.
Oleg.
So.
I take it the guest character is not happening this week? I'm not sure. I only remember you were saying...
No, not this week. Not this...
At some point.
Yes, I will definitely have some more guest NPCs. I was on a Reddit channel with a couple other people, and then actually chatting with Discord with somebody the other day who thought it was a really great idea. In fact, they went back and watched last session. They thought that was really neat, especially for DMs that are running Curse of Strahd to take turns as a guest NPC in other people's Curse of Strahd games. So
that's an amazing idea.
Yeah, I thought it was fun, and it changes. It gives a little flavor. What I did with Elvin Kari was just gave her an outline, some notes, both some questions and some answers, and I said, from there on out, you just improvise, and it's all you. So.
I wonder what her end game was still. Like, what was her angle? We'll find out eventually, I'm sure, but...
I'm sure you guys... I'm sure you will. Or
we'll die.
Or you'll die and you won't. You won't. We're waiting for Oleg at this point. Has anybody reached out to Oleg?
Yeah, no, I haven't yet.
All right.
Also, can do is ping him on Discord in German in hopes of, I don't know, his girlfriend translating for him.
Alrighty.
This is an idiom that literally translates to "Come on, you folding chair."
What?
Don't ask me why Germans think that folding chair is a way to refer to a person.
Come on, you folding chair.
So,
Ah,
we're gonna give them a few more minutes, and if not, we'll go ahead and just because you guys are in this carriage, obviously heading west at this point. So I don't know if you guys have done everything that you've need to do on your characters. You guys did level up to level 5 at the end of the last session, but if you have any,
yes, I haven't yet.
Did we get a chance to try and learn a new spell?
if
I don't believe so.
if
Because
you
I haven't done that yet, and I still have like baked into my subclass kind of spells that I don't need to actually find in the lore that I still haven't managed to learn.
So, if you want to try to learn those on the way, fine. If you want to do something at the end of the session, great. What I don't want to do is slow down the session at all with any kind of player cleanup. I prefer to do that at the end or between sessions. But
yeah,
we have some time here. There's nobody
right.
showed up yet, so we can go ahead and
I'm still waiting for Oleg, anyways.
yeah.
I'll just roll on Misty Step then, as long as we're still.
Okay.
anyway.
All right.
And can I also try for that level up thingy with getting a invocation? I think it was a spellcast roll that we said.
Yep.
Let's see.
Oh, you mean from having the Void Walker show up?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Do you want to do
Or
that?
do you want me to wait for that?
I would rather have you do that not in the carriage.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. I will wait for that.
It'll create a shit show.
Yeah.
Opening up the
What's up,
void.
guys?
Let me open up the
casual chat.
opening up the void to the netherworld and letting a demon into the carriage while you guys are crammed in there probably would not be a fun experience had by all.
Yeah, I'll wait until we have a nice little camp out. By the way, did we ask this carriage to take us to Selenka Pass?
Yes.
You haven't said anything to the carriage. It's heading in that direction. Strahd
Yeah.
suggested you go to the Wizards of Wines. You guys told me before you guys got in the carriage that you wanted to go somewhere else. So it is heading right now in that direction. You've just left Ravenloft. You haven't even gotten to the west gates of Barovia at this point.
Okay.
Anyone, maybe Ileanys, you're the note taker. I use you as my external brain.
Good
Why
lord.
would Strahd have said for us to go to Wizards of Wine when he really wants? Oh wait, no, he wants the gem.
He's looking
It
for
was
something. Yes,
Valenta-
he's looking for.
It was Valenta that wanted us to go to Beres, not Strahd. That makes sense. Never mind.
Yes, he
Glad we
wanted the
swapped it
gem.
out.
Mm-hmm. I don't remember if he wanted the gem for himself or he would just wanted it not in the Druid stands.
Well, he asked you to bring it to him, and Kai's father is his guest.
Yes,
Yes.
that's the trade-off.
So, and he said specifically, the carriage will return you back to the Wizard of Wines or somewhere else that you may wish to go to in Barovia. And obviously, I think it was clear that he's requested you get the gem. So perhaps the other place you would go to is towards wherever you think the Druids are, because he specifically asked Kai at dinner if he knew where the Dark Druids are and if he knew what they took, and Kai responded in generally, basically a rough idea where they might have gone.
During this courage ride, I will have Silas fly ahead of us towards the Wizard of the Wines, so I can maybe meet up if
How fast?
Esmeralda is there.
How fast does he fly?
He can fly up to 40 feet per turn, so that's.
So he's not really traveling too far ahead of you because you're moving roughly at the same speed, unless he can outfly the horse and carriage.
Oh yeah. I'm gonna probably let him go at the fork of the road here.
Okay.
Because if we're gonna be turning into Selenka Pass, we need to let Esmeralda know. So.
All right. Hey,
Actually, I might have him here.
Incog, were you, Ervan, were you able to log in?
Yes, give me a second.
Okay, and I guess we're just waiting for Oleg to log in.
Yeah, just to make sure I didn't bungle the Misty Step thing, this is the third time that I attempted to learn it, and I rolled a 13. That means I get it, right? Because it's a DC 15, and it gets easier by 1 every time I
Yes,
try.
that's correct.
Okay.
That's correct.
Then I think I finally understood how we do learning spells, but...
Yes. It gets reduced by 1 each time you fail a spell check. So it's representing that you're practicing. You know,
Which makes sense.
right. All right. Oleg, can you hear me?
Yep. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. And we're just waiting for you and Incog to log in here.
I'm trying to find the link.
Me too. Fuck.
Maybe I should pin it in there.
Okay.
There we
yeah,
go.
I found it.
There you go.
Fucking hell.
It hasn't been 20 sessions, has it?
Yeah.
Nah.
That's
But I
sarcasm.
don't save it. I have it in your chat.
Dude, that
Every
should
time I
be
scroll up, every time-
bookmarked in your browser in bold.
Yeah.
Or you can have it pinned in the, Discord, just saying, in one of the Discord chats.
So,
I
okay.
mean, yeah. Actually, I pinned it in Pyram's chat.
Okay.
Or just, put it in the player chat and pin it. That can also work. Because
All right.
I'm using...
So, we're going to go ahead and
What are
do...
you saying, Tim? What?
Everybody is here except for Robin, who is ill. Just why don't we do a brief recap, and who would like to do the recap for us of what happened last session?
Oleg, go. You're late.
Wow. Oh my god, you.
I mean, I've done drama. I can go. So, we woke up in Strahd's Manor. We, so first of all, at the end of the previous session, we were knocked unconscious after going through the portal. Still not sure, what exactly knocked us unconscious. Maybe just going through the portal did, but whatever it is, we were unconscious. We woke up in a room sitting at a big table. Strahd was playing a organ, was it?
Organ, yes.
Yeah, I think it was an organ. And, we were in nice dressed clothes without most of our equipment.
Mm-hmm.
Then he started asking us questions along with...
Oh.
Well, he first asked that we offered us to eat, and then he made a deal where he asks all of us a question, and if we answer truthfully, he gives us some advice, and then we get him to ask him a question at the end of the day. So he asked us all sorts of different questions. Mine one was about giving people hope, even if a situation is hopeless, and whether I'm right to do so. At least as far as I can remember, that's what it was. And I'll push it on to someone else to continue, because I'm still trying to...
Okay. Wait, where did you left off?
With the questions, Strahd was asking questions.
At the question.
Yeah. Okay, so the questions, most people answered them. and a couple
You
of
didn't.
people. Well, I
No,
forgot.
it hit at the end.
Ileanys in character forgot because
Yes.
it glanced over him. In his mind, it stuck to his mind when Sergey said, "Let it be known that I forgive my brother, but my brother must be destroyed."
Not like that, but
Yes, that that's what's kind of stuck in his mind. Um, and and also he didn't specifically ask to tell his brother. Anyways, all that happened. Strahd vanished in a puff of smoke. Volenta, we had a little bit of time to
You
ourselves.
just walked through a door.
yeah, he walked through a door as well. Yeah,
He didn't vanish.
Yeah.
He just walked through a door.
are you good? Are you good?
Do you
He-
have
he
space
basically
perception? Are you, are you a cat?
Yeah. Played some Morgan. A couple of people didn't eat. Volanta came. Our guest speaker, the wonderful Elvin Carey. Find her at twitch.tv/Elvin Carey. And she was instructed to give us a, well, quote unquote, tour and to keep us safe before we have to wait for the carriage to arrive at midnight, where Strahd told us that we can get a ride to wherever well, mostly the Wizard's Wines, but if we choose to, we can go somewhere else. And we had the deal with Strahd about Kai's father, about getting the gem from the winery, and so we went on the tour. We found a church, or the chapel, per se. People were fooling around. Erzan went to go outside and was lifting something. I'm not too sure. He was trying to steal something. And we were also all trying to steal stuff from the chapel, or at least borrow
Opening a gate
the code.
or something.
Yeah, he didn't tell us even. Like,
Not steal, borrow. Excuse me.
Yeah, we're just like looking around. Anyways, that went on. People were
that's what
just
a thief
wondering
says.
about. We went. I was trying. Ileanys was trying to distract Volenta, but
To be honest, I didn't touch
anyways.
it. I didn't touch it other than the closed
Yeah.
doors.
Ileanys knew you guys were gonna try to grab it, so he was trying to distract Volenta, but that
Yeah.
didn't really pan out.
Yeah.
Because I went upstairs instead, where we have a full view of the chapel. So anyways, we all ended up back upstairs. Fiannos got close to some corpses that were sitting on the chair. He got close to it, and they kind of grabbed him. He didn't touch it, but he just got close to it, and they grabbed him. Started a fight. Volenta finished them off. Then we continued our exploration. Found a couple of other items within, for some reason, a throne or a chair facing a wall. Very not suspicious at all. We met with the accountant and
We didn't
found a
talk with
couple
him.
more secret doors. We didn't talk with them. Erzan's the only one that talked with them, I believe. Found a couple more secret doors. Ended up finding ourselves in Strahd's study, where we found Gertrude, surprisingly, in his bed, looking to wait for Strahd there. We got some rude remarks from Volenta that we are being rude by barging into his study. We grabbed a couple of books there, and we headed down and found a maid, and we raced our time. Not really raced against the time. We casually made our way towards the door,
Us
where
getting lost on our way back.
Yes.
yes,
Yes. Yeah.
Like I said,
yeah.
casually making our way down, where Volenta tried to blackmail us and lost our shit when we didn't want to make a deal with her. We didn't want to make a promise with her.
And what was the deal that Valenta wanted with you guys?
She wanted to
Well, she wanted specifically the skull that Baba Yaga stole from Castle Ravenloft to be given to her and not to Strahd, and to be met up at Khyraezul in exchange for her not telling Strahd that we stole some stuff. I mean, borrowed some stuff. That didn't really
from one location to another.
That didn't really fly with the rest of the party. With the party at all.
yes,
Because
being all suicidal, that wouldn't work.
Yes, basically.
and we were trying to leave, but then the doors were locked. We're assuming it was being locked by Valenta, but Strahd came and he we had a chat with him. We asked him our questions.
It
and he
was
gave
pretty
them
cordial considering that we were misplacing his stuff into our pockets.
Oh yeah, like I said, hashtag never punish. But anyways, Strahd is a benevolent
Hey, Sponge made a very good argument.
lord.
So, saying thank you, Kai.
Thank you, Kai. And we
Yes,
went
thank you
on
for
our
saving
way.
the robbers.
And does anybody else want to add anything to that? Sure.
We did find the evil heart of Ravenloft,
Yes.
so that was a thing.
You found what?
I'm not sure if it's evil, but it seems evil.
There is.
It seemed
Okay,
evil.
remember
We
the
also
stairs?
found a guy. Oh, go first.
No, it's right.
You go. I already talked enough.
We found the guy. No, we're talking about the who's called. I was gonna talk about the person that Robin met. That he was talking about something like an uprising, something like that. Like he wanted some. He thought Erzan was someone else, and
That
told
was the
him.
accountant as well, no?
Yes, that was the
That
accountant. Yeah.
Yes, correct.
Yeah,
that-
that was the accountant as well, but he actually talked to him, unlike us, where we didn't talk to him.
Yes, because we were told that he will do something like be crazy or something if we got near him.
Oh, that's what Valenta told us, but I
Yes.
mean, I'm not too
He's
sure.
not exactly trustworthy.
It looks like
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I mean, by crazy meaning maybe there was rats that's guarding him, because we don't know, because Erzan's not here. Our player is not here. Robin's not here.
All right.
He's the only one that knows, but it looks like he got his teeth kicked in by a swarm of rats when he entered the room that the accountant is in. So we don't know. Maybe that's what she meant by going crazy.
So, a couple of items that I just wanted to remind you. You guys have some items that you took from Ravenloft. They should be in your inventory. Also, you have the two books that you took. Did any of you read those books?
Yeah, I actually
The
have a
Book of Kings
question.
and the Court of Ravenloft.
Yeah,
Okay.
I have a question about the Book of Kings.
Yes, sir.
At the very end, it talks about the Von Habsburg line, and it seems like this is somewhat ancient history because it must be before Strahd showed up.
It's 500 years ago at least. Yes.
If I didn't misread, which is perfectly possible, it does mention Falcon by name, which is
That's correct.
well.
Oh,
Unless it's like Falcon von Habsburg the
I
second
mean, obviously,
or
you could,
something that we don't know.
obviously that's a possibility, but maybe my suspicions were not misplaced that something's afoot in the house.
You know-
von Habsburg.
You know what? If you
suspicious
are
of
right,
everything, so that doesn't count.
Yeah.
if you are right, it would make sense because he's been really keen on collecting and discovering artifacts. That's usually something really old people do.
I mean, that's not the stereotype, but that's fair.
That's a stereotype. Yeah. What the fuck?
Stereotypes are usually true. All Germans are efficient and punctual. Just look at me.
Fucking idiot.
Oh, another thing to mention about Ravenloft, we did meet a guy there who couldn't speak and mimed us to go downstairs, and that it would be dangerous, but that it would help him, and he would help us in return. That kind of thing.
Uh, yes,
So,
he
that was the
he.
thing.
I will put a picture. I forgot to put a picture of him in the resources, so I'll make sure to put a picture of him in the resources. So you guys, I'm just gonna go over and activate the Barovia map. Your horse carriage has just passed through the gates, the west gates of Barovia. They're moving at a moderately quick pace. There's a fog, and the temperature is definitely cooler now. It's in the late autumn, early winter. Winter started to set in. You definitely noticed that when you were at the Wolf's Den and up in Kresk. And you are now approaching the um, you just passed through. You're approaching kind of the windmill area at this point.
We said we're going down to the.
Well, you
to
haven't.
the, like,
You have
after the
to.
area.
Right.
We
You.
wanted to go to Selenka Pass, but we haven't told the horses yet.
Yeah, Selinka Pass.
Yeah.
Oh,
Right.
you haven't?
No, you guys got it in the carriage.
We left the
Strahd.
after that.
Yeah, Strahd said you guys are going to go to the Wizards of Wines or wherever you wish to go. So it's going. It's just the horses are heading in that general direction. But I think it would be safe to presume that the instructions, because unless otherwise the horses have been told, are going to be taking you to the Wizards of Wine. So you're nearing the windmill at this point. Okay.
So, I think we're heading to Selinka Pass anyway. Where did we leave our carriage, by the way? We left it on the way to the Wizards of Wine.
Yes.
Yes, you left it on the way to the
It's
Wizards of Wine.
probably been ransacked by this point.
Yeah, we
Well, Esmeralda's there. Our Esmeralda's there. Remember, we left her there. And
did leave
well,
her
I was saying earlier before you came. Yeah, I was saying earlier before you came. Ileanys, as soon as we get to like either here at the crossroads or here, he's gonna send Silas over to see if Esmeralda's still there at the Wizard of the Wines, because we are trying to get to Selenka Pass, correct?
That's fair.
But
Send
guys,
him
before
earlier,
we,
so
before
that
we
by the
get that
time we're
far,
here,
It's not that
before
fast.
we get that far, aren't we going to? Do we have the? Let me look it up.
send him when we're at the crossroads, so that as he's going down this way, we're going down the main way,
Okay.
so that we have time to respond depending on the situation.
Do we currently have the green gem?
But you.
You have
I should still have it.
If we're heading past the forest fane anyway, why don't we go there to see what the fuck happens?
The forest fane,
And
the
the
windmill.
forest
We
fane
have the blue gem, by the way.
Oh,
Oh, is it the blue
I
gem?
thought we had the
Yeah, we
green
have the
gem.
blue
Yeah.
gem.
Or maybe.
Oh, okay, so that is the Berez one that we have.
Yeah, never mind then.
That's kind of out of
And
the
we
way.
were heading to Berez anyway because the witch is there and we need the skull.
And I'm kind of scared of the witch, so I don't want to go there yet. She sounds scary. From what I know from the myths, she has like a chicken monster house or something, like a house on chicken legs.
And that's
Heck,
scary.
right.
That's scary, dude. A giant house.
I mean,
on chicken-
I have seen that kind of house kick absolute ass, okay? So.
I have also What was that movie with the monster house? The animated one.
Which one?
there was a skinny kid and a fat kid with a orange colored hair girl, like, right?
Oh, I think
No,
it's
I don't
literally
know
called
the name.
Monster House.
I don't
It's
know
it's
the
called
name.
Monster House.
Uh,
Okay then.
nice. But normally from the fairy tales, those kind of people can be bargained with in some way. So we'll try to bargain.
Mormamo, I would like to bargain. No,
Yes.
you don't
It's
bargain. You don't bargain when, with traitors.
Okay. So
Anyways,
you get
we need to tell the horses. Yeah,
you guys are approximately near the windmill at this point, right?
So
Right,
we
crossing
yeah.
through there,
Okay.
coming through there.
How fast are we going? Like, are we able?
pretty freaking fast.
Yeah.
You
but
guys
we
are
should
going
tell the
pretty.
horses.
I'm moving you guys more quickly than normal, but you guys are moving fairly quickly. It's going to be by the time you left Ravenloft maybe a quarter after midnight, and so by the time that you get to the windmill, it's 2, 3, 4. It's probably about 4 hours you've been riding along in there, and you're gonna probably be in Valaki right around daybreak. You'll be at Valaki. You've been riding pretty much all night from midnight into the early morning hours.
Okay, so as long as we're still just all stupidly sitting in the carriage anyway, I whip out my dagger, the new dagger, and
Okay.
shove it in Ileanys's and then Kai's face and ask if, can you do something with this? Can you find out if it's magic and or cursed maybe? Find it.
Do any of them have
That's
ability to identify?
I think they do. I don't know if they have it prepared, but I think they've done that before. Yeah.
I mean,
Speaking of which, I have a mace that I needed to attune to. So
Yeah. Also, Kai has detect magic, so yeah, and you can just do a Arcana check over a
if
level.
I needed to attune, here's the thing. If
Or-
Well, wait a second. Let's resolve the dagger with Herjann first. So is Kai looking at the dagger?
Sure.
And Kai, you can detect magic.
Yes.
Can you go ahead and roll a Arcana check for me?
Oh yeah.
You definitely notice that there's magic on this item. It's a rare magical dagger, and it's stronger than normal. There's something unique about this dagger. It ignores non-magical armor that isn't natural armor. So attacks made with this dagger against any creature not equipped with any armor are against a DC, an AC 10 plus dexterity modifiers. And you notice that it's a lethal dagger in that it crits both on a 19 and a 20.
What the shit?
Oh, I want that.
So I am going to now put the description of the dagger from my secret notes.
That's a sick weapon. Too bad it's a dagger.
Into the actual notes and save it. So if you click on the weapon in the items directory now, in the mechanic flavor text, it tells you all about the dagger that Kai has examined.
Is it under treasures?
If you click under, hold on. Only one person
I don't
has
think
it.
it gave us permission.
Yeah, let me give you permission to view it, but only one person can take it. So I'll give everybody.
It to the rest of the group. It's a toothpick.
There you go.
Yeah. For you, it's a toothpick. Fucking Paladins
it
will
gives
fucking
Ileanys, it gives Ileanys something else to do other than just smite. So
Or
sorry,
what?
other than just like Eldritch Blast.
Yeah, yes.
My Eldritch Blast is great. What are you talking about?
Yes, I mean, yeah, true. Actually, no. His Eldritch Breath should be better because of his modifiers. They should have a higher charisma index.
So you guys should be able to view the dagger now in the
Uh-huh.
items directory, and if you click on the mechanical flavor text, I put everything in there. The
Plus
person,
one.
yeah, it's a +1 dagger to attack and damage roll. It gets critical on 19s and 20s, and it ignores non-magical armor.
And it doesn't even leave a trace of having pierced the armor. That's a bitchin' ass dagger.
Yes,
But it's good
this
for
was the dagger that was used to in the attempt of the assassination of Strahd. It was
I figured as much from the
Yeah,
letter that
Right.
That
found
sounds like a
right next
powerful
to it.
dagger. Yeah. Like,
so
As,
just so you know, whoever has or gets the dagger.
is it attunement?
What's that?
Is it attunement? Like you have to attune to it?
There's no attunement for this particular dagger. No.
Holy shit!
Nuts.
I feel like Erzan will want it.
I feel like whoever is taking it is gonna be cursed anyway, so it might as well
Yeah.
be.
When Kai looked at the dagger and held it, he did not notice there was any curse or anything in it. The dagger itself had magical properties, but there was no negative curse or anything like that was
I would
associated
say
with it.
this: we are all superstitious. We're gonna keep tossing it around until we find out what's wrong with this dagger.
Yeah, I mean, what Herjann doesn't know
I'm
what I
not-
know because I saw the roll. He rolled a 13. But yeah, that may or may not reveal a curse. But Herjann doesn't want a dagger anyway. Now that he has
I either like who has like how high is your dex?
My dex is 16.
Does it matter? Because it's not a finesse weapon. It just says simple.
Yes, but
Yeah, you can use strength too if you choose.
yeah, but what I mean is the better modifier gives it better damage.
It's not finesse.
It gets any creature not equipped with such armor. You treat it as an AC 10 plus the creature's dexterity modifier.
So if the creature has like 0, so it has 10 AC.
Yes.
Which kinda oh my god, that's fucked up. I think either Ileanys, Erzan. Erzan has a cane still.
What about Kai?
Kai as well. I mean Kai, how do you want a dagger?
I mean, yeah, I guess I didn't have a melee weapon, so.
Yeah,
Wait,
give to
shit.
Kai.
I mean,
Okay.
I have this knife.
Wait,
Yeah,
dude.
yeah, see,
Kai still has the dinner knife. He still has the dinner knife from
Oh my
Ravenloft.
god, what the
Kai-
fuck?
No,
I believe Kai's the
I
Yeah.
have a small knife from my background.
Ah.
yeah.
And I've never.
Kai's the only one that uses a dagger out of all of us. So
Yeah, I think yeah.
And don't forget, Erzan has the blunt butter knife that he's been wielding throughout Ravenloft.
Yes, I know, right? Yeah, he already has a knife.
And
And he has a cane, that's too much for him.
Hang on a sec, I'm testing.
Great bonfire.
It's only, it doesn't it scales, right?
are you level 5?
Yes, it should, yeah, it should.
It should scale if it's did you level yourself up to level 5?
Yeah, I think you
I
did
th- I
level your
thought-
druid.
I thought I did, but
You're
Give me a
Yeah.
on the
Check on your
Oh, yeah, I
feature.
was gonna-
Just check on your feature.
On the-
I've edited it.
on the map. You're coming down the hill and the pathway. I'm just going to show you here. I think I might have an image of it. I'll just show
There
you.
you go.
You now looking out the carriage, you can see down into the valley. Volaki is before you. You're heading down that way. You realize, while you can't see the sun because Barovia is forever covered in this dark mist, you definitely can tell that in a couple hours the sun will rise and you will be approaching Volaki shortly. Now you have you have some other items with you that you picked up. You have
We have the mace.
you have a mace, a silver icon statue, the chainmail, the fur-lined black cloak. Those are the other
icon,
items.
The icon.
The icon, yeah,
oh,
the
yeah, that's
silver,
what you
the
meant.
silver icon, and then you have the two books, which I think you guys, I gave you permission already to read the books.
We can
Yeah.
read. Yeah, we can read.
I would try to like see what exactly is magical about this mace, since if I need to attune to it, I assume the fact that it's magical is fairly obvious.
Yeah, it is magical. Let me. Why don't you go ahead and roll an Arcana? You know what? I'm gonna have you roll a religion check on this.
Religion check instead.
Yeah, because it's a religious cleric, obviously a holy symbol. I'm talking about the silver icon.
Yeah.
I'm
the
sorry.
silver icon.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I guess we'll count this roll for the silver icon.
Yeah. You look at the silver icon, it's about 10 pounds, it's solid silver. It depicts a cleric kneeling. You recognize from the dress of the cleric, it is of the Order of the Dragon, but from a bygone era, perhaps hundreds of years ago. It's certainly probably worth at least in your mind 700 gold, if not more. It's certainly a historic relic, but there's a magical element about it. And as you seem to remember that this particular relic, from your knowledge, your religious knowledge, was something that could heal, but also was the bane of the undead from your studies. It also has an unusual spell. And you've only heard about this. I mean, for you, this is a literally you're holding something that's mythical in nature, and you're kind of in awe. You're like, well, wait a second. I've heard stories about these kinds of icons, but this certainly, you're holding something of this historical magnitude is kind of shocking. The spell, the spell is a augury spell, and you don't need any material components are required. It also has the bane of the undead, and also can cure wounds. I'm going to go ahead and move all the text from it into the text for you to see and everybody else to see. And so this is what you discern from your religious knowledge. Let me just fix this and share. Everybody, hold on here. Now I'm gonna make you have it, but I'm gonna make everybody the observer so they can read about it as well.
I already have it in my inventory. I transferred it from my Ravenloft guy.
So yeah, I put all the mechanical flavored text in there, inside the items directory, so you can now use this item as it's defined in the mechanical flavored text.
Oh, that's kind of nice. What? It's just a passive protection from evil and good.
It's interesting he just let us take all this crap. Well, not crap, that's why it's interesting he let us take it, I guess.
Exactly.
Well, I think
know
one of the things that he was alluding when he was talking to you was you guys are doing him a favor, and if you could use these items to get him the gem, by all means take them. I mean, this is a holy item. You notice that this
He can't exactly make use of it.
silver icon is of good holy alignment. He certainly couldn't use it. And what it does is, when you're thinking about it and you've been examining this silver icon, Fiannos, you remember and you turn and you look toward Herjann, and you say to him in a whisper, that cleric who was reaching for this statue, right? Who died, who was a skeleton. This statue is of good alignment. Perhaps this cleric something must have happened. This cleric was obviously reaching for this statue, that skeleton of this cleric that you found with the mace. Something must have happened to the point where, there's something there that's, twisting in your minds. Obviously, this is a holy relic of good alignment. Perhaps maybe that cleric wasn't.
Oh.
Yeah, didn't I say that?
So the cleric died because of the. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, so he
Yeah,
can't
yeah.
even use
Because he reached
it.
out to it and it was even possible.
Which is why his mace is gonna be interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, I also have the mace.
Okay.
So
His
So I
his
need
mace he was able.
you need to for the mace. I'm going to need you to roll an Arcana check.
okay.
Can I? When you roll.
That doesn't.
Hey.
Yeah,
You
I
d-
can't figure much out about it.
yeah, you notice that there's something here. It feels magical, but you just can't tell what it is. It definitely feels dark.
Pass it off to Ileanys. Here, you try.
I will.
This might be some evil.
You definitely feel that this mace has some kind of dark magic properties to that, but beyond that, you're not too sure what this thing does.
Oh, we could just have Erzan swing it around a couple of bits. Maybe we'll find out what it
Jan,
does.
do you want to have a go? Maybe you can figure something out about it.
Sure. We have all the time in the world. By the way, does the carriage have curtains?
Yes, there's curtains.
I would like to make sure that they're drawn as we pass Valaki because we've lost enough credibility in face of that
Yes.
town. We don't need to get the Strahd's own carriage.
Okay, you're not at Valaki yet, but are you going to? You're drawing the curtains. What have you? You've drawn your curtains now. What have you doing? Are you going to try to look at this mace or check it out, or?
Yeah, sure. Because it seems like we have all the time in the world. Not that I'm super knowledgeable about it, but
It's obvious.
why not give it a shot? Arcana, correct?
Yes, sir.
Which one? Actually,
Two.
there we go.
All you know is you touch it for a second and you can feel that there's some kind of darkness about it. And you're like, I don't even want to hold this thing.
Yeah, I don't like it. I don't
just-
like it.
But I want to ask a question. I have proficiency on Arcana. Can I, for fun, can I look at it as well?
Well, it's up to them.
And if you reach out towards it,
You wanna-
I'll let you.
Yeah.
I trust you enough, so yeah. Oh, that's better. That's much better.
He has proficiency, so.
Okay, hold on for a second here. I'm just going to drag our friend down into the private channel.
Yeah.
Ooh. Oh no.
Ooh.
Oh no.
As you hold this mace, can you hear me okay?
Yes, I'm gonna just give me a second. Gonna like put the volume up a bit. Okay, I can hear you.
As you hold this mace, you feel that there is a huge darkness to it. In fact, it is charged with this wave of terror. That if you use this mace, it will expel a huge wave of terror within a 30-foot radius from you. And anybody around you is going to have to save themselves or they'll become frightened. It is definitely a very powerful and scary weapon. I'm going to put but it's very dark. There's a darkness about this weapon that I'm going to put it in here so only you can see it in the, hold on for a second.
You can put
And
it in the like.
I'm gonna let you see in the configure permissions only you. Incog is observer. So if you click on it now, you could read the flavored text.
While holding it, you can use an action. Third trigger of your choice and third rate to extend it from you must succeed. Holy shit.
I'm going to drag you to the other channel. You can decide
Yeah.
what you want to tell them or not. Okay,
Yeah.
it's up to you.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes, yes,
Yes.
more. I
Well,
believe guiding bolt
obviously,
is
but-
4. What's guiding bolt again?
Yeah, this miss is good.
Is it good?
You can also
46.
you can also fail the
4
spellcasting
times
roll on
6.
guiding
No,
bolt.
no, I'm
6,
joking.
12, 18, 24. Yeah, so it's 24 a maximum for guiding bolt, and your one is 30 maximum, so it's basically better than guiding bolt. And you can use it as a cantrip.
And guiding bolt can fail, although guiding bolt gives
Yes,
advantage.
exactly.
For your information, Ileanys, good for me means bad for you.
Huh?
Okay, so first of all, okay, so it's dark.
What do you mean by that?
So for me to translate, for me it's dark. It has a way to make people around you fear you. It has 3 charges.
Fear
And,
you? Did you say
yes,
fear you or
like-
inferior?
No, frightened. Like make people frightened from you. And each creature must spend its turn moving away from you.
Why would that be bad for me?
No, I was joking. But yeah, it's. I think the cleric wasn't a good cleric. That's if your hypnosis is right. I think the cleric
Yeah.
wasn't a good cleric. That's why his mace isn't.
That seemed to be his weapon of choice. He tried
Well-
with the icon, but it conflicted with his alignment specifically.
Is there anything about the mace that would like turn you to evil, or is there anything along those lines? Because if it just frightens people, yes, it's not a something that I necessarily agree with, but I don't see it as particularly bad just for that.
And thus the seed of corruption was planted. So all downhill from
No,
there.
it doesn't say it changes your alignment, but I feel it's dark even for me. And
Might slowly
that's
corrupt.
something. So if you wanna use it at your own leisure.
Right. Well, I believe
Oh,
it's
I'm
best
so
to hold
tempted.
on to it for
Out of
now
character,
until we
I'm
need
so freaking tempted.
And it's attunement, by the way. So yeah,
Yeah,
we're
I
correct.
know.
It's an attunement.
Fiannos is attuned to all the magic items now.
I forgot. Hold on for 1 second here.
Mhm.
Oh, you might not want to tune to it at the same time you attune.
Wait, is
Yeah,
there
yeah,
something?
I forgot to mention. It does require of attunement, but if somebody attunes to it that is good,
Bad?
it will not be good for them. You don't know what will happen, but
Okay.
good aligned characters using this mace, it might not be good for them.
Okay, good.
You just don't know what will happen. You're just saying this is a mace of. You can say it's a mace of terror, but if it's a good character uses it, I can't guarantee that you would be safe using it.
Okay, I have another question. If only if they're good, but other than that, they're fine.
Yeah, it's only good aligned characters.
Okay, good to know.
Desperate times calls for
Okay.
desperate measures.
Okay, retcon a bit. I will say that yes, I think if you're good aligned, it will. I'm not gonna guarantee your safety because it has let's say I
Corruption.
don't know a backlash, but I don't know what the backlash is.
Okay,
Well,
so if you're a good aligned character and you try to attune with it, it's gonna backlash.
Yes,
yes.
something will happen, but I don't know what will happen. It's yeah.
Okay,
So just give it to
Turn into a rogue and become.
just give it to Erzan.
You guys are
The
gonna.
worst thing could happen.
Are you guys gonna? You guys gonna sell Erzan down the river, aren't you?
I mean, he could be neutral for all we know. Who knows? You just have to be not good aligned.
Yeah, yes. Like
He
good
doesn't seem
Exactly.
outright evil to me. Otherwise, I would have Had
The
it
bro,
right.
the problem is it's a strength-based weapon, so
Yeah.
Well,
don't think
we'll,
you
it's,
Problem
I
for
think
him.
it's best to keep it in our.
I mean, I could attune to it just to use the fear effect, but other than that, it's useless for me.
It might be good.
Yeah.
It might be good to just keep it
It
for
would
now.
be good
maybe
for me if not for the backlash, but
maybe
I don't
as
know what the
Esmeralda
backlash
can take
is,
it.
and I'm not sure if I should risk it.
Maybe Esmeralda can use it.
Yeah, no, I don't think you should risk it. Either.
Esmeralda might get backlashed as well. She seems pretty
Who
good.
knows? She might be neutral.
Maybe.
She seems to be pretty
Actually, I would
help
say
that-
she's neutral, not good.
Yeah.
But we'll see.
You
We could ask her.
you hear the horses, the carriage comes to abrupt stop. You hear somebody out in front of the horses. Whoa, whoa, whoa! They come around and you hear a knock at your carriage door.
I'm gonna stay quiet.
Out of character, does anyone have a fucking disguise, just like a stupid hat or?
You close the curtains, and you hear a knock. The carriage is stopped. You hear a knock on your carriage door.
I put on my
Who's
hood.
answering that? Yeah,
There's no one answering the door.
Right.
Ileanys
well,
is.
right? That's why we closed the
I-
curtains, because we didn't want to be seen here. So opening the door now kind of defeats
I
it.
put on my hood and kind of peek through the curtain. Who do I see?
You see Eric, the footman and servant for Falcon von Habsburg.
Where are we right now? At the edge of Valaki?
You're right outside of the edge of Valaki.
Interesting.
The balls on that guy to just stop Strahd's carriage.
Jesus.
Is there anybody else around him?
Well, you've only peeked a little bit out there. He's standing there, knocked on the carriage door.
Okay. I don't open the door. I just open one side of the curtains. I speak out to him. Eric, what are you doing here?
Quick, you must come with me. I'll take the horses and the carriage.
For what reason? Tell us.
I'll let Falcon von Habsburg explain to you.
The rest of the
I
party.
think we should listen to him. This seems urgent.
Give us a couple of minutes to get our belongings.
I can have your belongings taken to von Habsburg's estate, but we must be quick before the guards see you. The guards are changing there at the front gate now. I'll take you to the back.
We should follow as
All
quickly as
right.
possible. Let's just go.
Mhm.
Okay.
You guys agree to go?
I hold on to the mace for now, but I'm definitely not attuning it. I just have it on my belt.
You guys agree with that?
Yep.
Okay, so Eric crawls up onto the stagecoach sitting at the front. You can hear him yell, yeah! The horses start galloping again, moving forward here. I don't know if you guys can hear the galloping of the. Yeah, I'll just put it up a little bit. There you go. It's on the playlist. You go through the gate and the guards are changing and they just nod at Eric. Eric steers the and I'll just bring it up really quick.
Is no one if the guards acknowledge him, is no one taking notice that this is Strahd's carriage?
The guards just you as you're peeking, as you're going through the gates, they can see that
might
they've
have
just
noticed
they've
that.
just nodded towards Eric. So let me just I think this is it. Where is it? Maybe I didn't have the Village of Barovia. It's a battle
Maybe
map.
seeing Eric on Strahd's carriage is not a rare sight. Dun dun dun. Or
Dun,
maybe
dun,
they really
dun.
just don't know.
That's the wrong one.
God, Jesus
Balaki.
Christ, Phil.
Balaki map. There we go.
Fool me once, shame on me. Fool me
I would
twice,
love
can't
to
get
see you
fooled
try to
again.
play a gullible character.
You guys are coming through the far gate. Can you see my marker on the gate?
Yeah. Well,
You
I'm coming over that side.
you guys come in through that side and you take down this first left down to the road into the stockyards that once had Rictavio's carriage. Eric,
Oh, sorry, pardon for the confusion. There's still tokens from when we left Valaki on the western gate, but I'm assuming we're coming in through the east, right?
oh yes, I'm sorry. Let me just get rid of those tokens. My apologies.
No worries.
Except for the
Yeah.
one
I
token.
got me confused there. My bad.
Yeah, I didn't mean to do that. Yeah, I'm gonna drag your token all the way to where it should be. You guys are coming through the eastern gate of Valaki, and you travel down the little alleyway, and you're in the stockyard over here. Eric opens up the carriage. He goes, "I'll make sure the horses are watered and everything." He waves over to some guy. He's kind of dirty and scrouchy looking, covered with mud, and he says a few words. You overhear it, and the guy nods, and he starts getting some water, some hay, and some oats for the horses, and he grabs the horses by the reins, and he kind of leads them over. Eric says to you, "I'll have your belongings taken to the house, but we're going to have to enter the back of the manor so that no one sees us this morning. The Von Habsburgs does not want anyone to know that you're here."
Okay.
Okay.
I agree with that, and I just follow him.
You cross the street here quickly, right here, and you enter into the back of his home. And I am going to. Whoop! I
This is
just
an interesting turn of events.
turn off that. Let me just turn Von Habsburg. Oh, where was it? Habsburg.
As we're walking through the city, Herjann mutters to himself, such fond memories of this place.
Okay, and let me put you guys into scene. I am not going to drag Erzan there, but he is there.
Yeah.
And hold on.
What will we do without Ergan's shenanigans this session?
I don't know, roll a d20 to see when he goes off. Not if, just when. And then
1, 2, 3, 4.
What's a him going off? Is it a 20? Is it a 15? Like
DC5.
I mean, that does sound about right.
Okay. You're entered into the back of the manor to Von Habsburg's den. You see him sitting there by the fireplace. Eric ushers you in. He nods to Von Habsburg. Von Habsburg says to him, "Eric, make sure there's some food and wine prepared, and if our guests plan to stay, make sure the rooms are available, and if not, I want to make sure the horses are prepared for them for the quick departure. No one must know that they're here."
Sorry.
Eric says, "Yes, sir." And he shuts the door, and he leaves you with Von Habsburg. Von Habsburg motions you guys to have a seat.
I grab a seat, well, wherever there's possible, because there isn't. Well, I see you're looking very well after we've left you.
Is somebody whispering there that I'm not supposed to hear, or what? Oh, I thought somebody was saying something that.
Is Oleg.
Okay. Were you saying something,
I'm on my
Oleg?
laptop, so me and my girlfriend are sorting out the seating arrangements.
Oh. Is Vesper watching?
Kind of.
Can you
Over on my screen.
can you give her a shout out and say hi, Vesper?
They're giving you a shout out.
Also, ask her, like, when you have a minute, ask her, like, read her what I pinged you with, and then see where that goes.
What did you ping me with?
Trab an, du Klappstuhl.
That thing in the player chat.
So you find some seats there in the room. Von Habsburg smiles to you, Ileanys. Yes, my spies had told me that they saw you in the carriage leaving Ravenloft. Esmeralda was here late last night. She told me what happened at the Wizard of Wine. She brought back the children of the Motikov family to the Blue Water Inn to make sure they were safe, and let me know that you guys disappeared or something into a portal following Strahd, and I kept lookout to see what would happen. You must tell me everything that happened at Ravenloft.
Okay. Well, since we already did a recap at the start of the session, I don't think there's any point in us going through it again. But Fiannos sits down beside him and starts telling him at least what he knows.
Are you gonna omit anything?
Yeah, is there anything that from the conversation that you are omitting?
From my side of the conversation, no. I'm not going to mention the questions that he asked people and the answers that they gave, but from my side of conversation and what I saw, I am not omitting anything.
So
I trust this guy, even if it's ill-advised.
Okay.
Jan's just looking at you.
Jan is just looking at me funny.
Perpetually looking at you. You can't hide.
So you're the only thing you're omitting is the questions that Strahd asked everyone.
The others. I mentioned my question, and I mentioned my answer, and I mentioned the question that I asked him, but I don't mention the questions that others asked Strahd and the questions that he asked them. That's their personal matter, and if they want to mention it, it's up to them.
Okay. So I assume that you're heading back to the Wizards of Wine then. If Strahd has sent you on this quest to receive no less the gem, is what I've gathered.
Well, first we were going to head to Salinka Pass. We have some business there, but then we were going to head to either Berez or the Wizards of Wine, yes.
Salinka Pass? Why would you go to Salinka Pass? It's dangerous, and the snow has already set in. It's going to be quite difficult to get there. What business do you have at Salinka Pass?
I look to Jan to see if I should say or not.
Actually, he'll be a bit forward for once and say, I don't know if Strahd has a way of listening in on us, and I'd rather not talk about that business right now.
You're safe here, Strahd. In this room, Strahd has no eyes or no ears.
How is that possible? How can you make sure of that? Do you have some sort of artifact or relic that makes that happen?
Now, I've been careful since I've come back to Barovia over these years, and what's happened to my brother and sister. I've my own eyes and ears here, and I know in this room, Strahd has no eyes or ears.
Well, he might.
Look what happened at your mansion. You got attacked.
Yeah, and also he might have eyes and ears on us because we were unconscious in his presence, and who knows what he did to us.
He certainly has eyes and ears on you. You were in his carriage, no doubt. My spy saw you in his carriage. And if you traveled to Salinka Pass, you told me that Strahd's requested you to go on a quest for him to acquire an object. And you're telling me that you're going to Salinka Pass?
Well, we're going to Salinka Pass first for other reasons
And
that are more time sensitive.
So you're willing to risk Kai's father to go the opposite of direction on where Strahd wishes you to go?
To be fair, Kai hasn't been seemed super concerned about this. He seems to be on board with our plan.
Not to mention that it's just a little diversion. It's not. We're not going to stay there long, and all it's going to take is 1 or 2 days for it to sort out our business at Salinka Pass, and then we'll be on our way to acquire the.
Yeah. I know Strahd better than you think. Do you know what happened to my brother and my mother?
Didn't he, out of character? Didn't he tell us? Or
You might have heard, but that they both were killed by Strahd, but you don't know the details.
Yeah, we don't know the full story. He didn't diverge
It's in
on
the
that.
book.
Yeah, I'm
Oh.
looking at the book entry again, but
It's
I
in
don't
the
remember.
book.
It's hard to tell who was his brother and not because, or his relatives, because
Do you-
the
do
way
you-
the book refers to the king of.
Would you like to would you like to ask him a question before he says anything?
I mean, can
you're the one who led the book, Jan, so go for it.
If you've read the book, you feel free to say anything.
Yeah, the problem is that my memory is like a sieve.
Well, you can look at the book in front of you.
Yeah, yeah, I am. Actually, I kind of want to hear him tell the story of his family first before I ask pointed questions about what's in the book. That's
Yeah,
more-
true. We don't like what's his perspective on it.
Yeah.
Yep.
So, in that case, if Fiannos just kind of shrugs his head, we know that they were killed by Strahd, but we don't know the details.
My family, as I mentioned once, the Paladin Knight here has a long history here. Fought at the Battle of Argynvoss, Perez, and even the Battle at Salinka Pass. My brother, older than I, came back to reclaim what was ours. The manor that you're in was part of our family. When my brother came back, his arrogance and his self-righteousness took the better of him. He arrived here with my mother and settled here in the estate. He went to confront Strahd with my mother, and Strahd held my mother captive very much graciously as he has Kai's father, and requested of my brother to acquire the gem that was stolen from him from one of his minions, a count of some sort. My brother immediately rode back here to the manor. I had just arrived in Barovia at that time. He told me what happened, that mother was a host of Lord Strahd, and Lord Strahd had requested my brother obtain this gem and bring it to him, and if so, my mother would be freed. My brother, being the righteous person he was, decided to take a diversion, to head to Argynvoss, and he had read about the knights there at one time. Perhaps Ghost or of some sort could help him, perhaps raise an army to defeat Strahd. He prepared to pack. I helped him with his packing, and he was going to leave the next morning from the manor here down to Argynvoss. There was a knock at the door. A gift had arrived, a treasure box of great value, inlaid with gold lock. It was precious. The box alone must be worth a fortune. You can see it sitting there over on the mantle, and he points over to the mantle. I brought it into this room, and my brother opened it. In the box was my mother's head. My brother flew in rage. Strahd had learned that my brother had deviated, decided to come here to seek out something else rather than to hunt down this count and the gem. I learned over the years that the one thing that I'm sure of is Strahd always keeps his word. He's a man that his word is his bond. If he says or asks you to do something, he expects it to be done. And if it's not done, the consequences are severe. My brother rushed to Ravenloft to confront Strahd with a handful of men. I found my brother a week later at the crossroads outside at the village of Barovia. You've perhaps crossed by it and saw the gallows there. My brother's body was hanging from the gallows. He was drawn and quartered. It took me hours to hunt down and beat the wolves had scattered with his limbs, and I buried him there at the crossroads. Ever since then I have been working and listening, staying low and planning. And over the years, adventurers, many such as yourself, have come through here looking for gold, promises, mostly empty. Strahd has an eye over everyone here. You're not going to be able to save and do the things you wish to do because everyone in Barovia is cursed. I can't leave Barovia because of the mist, and neither can you. The only way to free everyone in Barovia is to either lift the mists or defeat the Dark Lord. I fear if you deviate from your past, certainly the horses will return to Strahd and tell them where you've gone. Horses can stay here perhaps for the night before they move on, but they will report back to Strahd, and if they don't go to the winery or to wherever Strahd thinks you may know where the gem is, well, I fear for the Druid's father.
I see. In that case, we should probably head to the winery and deal with that first.
Okay, before we get into that, I have a few questions for you, Falcon. You never once mentioned your brother's name. What was his name?
My brother's name was Furlough. I am the direct ancestor. My great-great-great-great-grandmother was a princess Habsburg who tried to escape. She bore a son who was through the St. Markovia, was taken through the pass. We've lived in a valley north of the Baratok Mountains for centuries. My brother and I learned the true nature of our history, found the deeds to this manor. He has decided to return and reclaim the manor and eventually reclaim Castle Barovia. He had no idea before he came that Strahd was still alive. It was a myth. To know that he's lived for centuries is indeed was daunting, distressful.
I see. Anyone who knows Herjann's body language by now will tell that will be able to tell that he ever so slightly relaxes. Because the story seems to check out, according to the book at least.
But isn't the story like 500 years old?
Well,
yeah, out of character, in the story, Princess Sarah escapes. She escapes with her mother to the abbey in Khyraezul. Nobody knows it, but she's with child, and she has a child in the abbey. It is Saint Markovia that entrusts the child to Ivan, who is a champion winter dog racer and knows the mountain snow pass through the north and takes the child to safety, and that is Valken von Habsburg's. He's a direct descendant of the child. He is the only heir to he is the heir to Castle to Barovia, actually.
The thing that I was majorly concerned about is that if he was the first Falcon mentioned in this book, then
no, he's named after his ancestor, who was the king of Barovia,
which is pretty common to do. So we're all good there.
And he tells you, but he hasn't shared to you the fact that his father was the king. He's been a little bit aloof, other than telling you that it was his princess. He obviously does not know that you have the Book of Kings.
Yeah, I don't see any reason why you should know that.
Another thing, Falcon. Are you familiar with this artifact? And I gesture to the mace, and I show him the mace.
No, I have never had the misfortune of going to Castle Ravenloft, and I don't know what that is. No, I've not seen that before.
See, there was what seemingly is an abandoned church in Castle Ravenloft. Would you happen to know anything about that church?
Only if the stories that I've been told, it was a chapel. Ravenloft was constructed over the old castle, Castle Barovia, by Lord Strahd. So a lot of it was rebuilt. I believe he built that chapel, and the story is told that Strahd's brother Sergei and Tatiana were to marry in that chapel. Beyond that, I do not know much more about the chapel.
I see. Thank you. Well,
Hmm.
well, considering what we know now, I think it is best that we, at the very least, posture that we are heading to the Wizards of Line.
Mm-hmm.
Esmeralda said that she wasn't unable to save the patriarch of the Martikov family. The Dark Druids had taken him shortly after you guys had disappeared through the portal. She believes the Dark Druids had headed south.
If that's
Take
the
it
case,
as-
then we should definitely go save him. Then
Yeah.
that's
Is
without
he-
question.
I would say
Does
that
he know that he's dead?
no.
Good.
He looks to the cleric and paladin. I do not wish to say anything disrespectful. You are men of the cloth and holy men, and I've known men like you from my valley north of the Baratok Mountains. But everyone here was under the mist, under the dark mist. It is hard, I know it's morally hard. I have had to see friends and others pass and die for the greater good. I fear that if you deviate from either trying to save Kai's father or attempting to get the gem, you may save one, but at the expense
At the cost of many.
of the many.
I understand. I look over to Ervan. Ervan, you are closest. The thing in Selinka Pass is closest in relation to you. It's up to you two. Yeah,
What
I'll
is
leave it up to you to decide.
what is it at Selinka Pass that has you interested? I know
Uh,
some history of it.
I look
Let's
to Ervan.
say my family is there. One of my family members is there right now.
Why would your family be at Selinka Pass?
Fuck it, I'm telling him the full truth. This tipping towing around is driving me crazy.
Yeah.
Fiannos sighs because he knows that Jan will be annoyed at him, but whatever. You see, one in Khyraezul, north of Khyraezul, we came across uh, a shall we say cave that was whose residents were like were suffered from lycanthropy. Is that the right word?
Yes, I'm familiar with it. You're talking about the Children of the Night, the Wolf Den.
Yes, they had a problem where their supposed new leader was strict and supposedly trapped in Selinka Pass somehow, and now a more, shall we say, radical and I would argue evil people are now trying to take control of them and convince them to give into the frenzy.
Go to the old ways.
Well,
Yeah, revert to the old ways and give into the frenzy.
I know very little about the Children of the Night. I know that Esmeralda has been hunting down several of the werewolves. Many of them are in league with Strahd. He allows them to roam. He has some kind of partnership or something with them. I wouldn't trust any of the werewolves or any of the lichen kind. There's no reason that you should. Many good men have fallen to them. They are the eyes and ears of Strahd in the wilderness.
Well, not the people from the den. Because the
Not
people from the
everyone
den
wants
didn't want to be with him. And they learned of something. That's why they, the new leader, the one that took out the old leader, is trying to revert to the old ways.
Well, all I can
If
say
you
is with my advice is this. It sounds that you've gotten in between a power struggle between two werewolves. And werewolves are not usually to be trusted. Secondly, Barovia is not a place that one can afford to be naive. Everyone here has an agenda.
Yeah, as we've come to witness in this town.
Well, regardless of their individual agendas, I do believe that if we leave things as is, the Children of the Night will turn more violent and maybe fully all of them either forced or willingly go in league with Strahd.
Maybe
Which is not an outcome that I want to see. I would prefer to have them either as allies or at the very least stay neutral.
well, if you can convince them to be allies, the cause might be worthy. But the way I see things here is always the biggest picture. Would I rather save a few and help some werewolves, maybe they are good, at the expense of letting Strahd live? Or would I rather maybe perhaps sacrifice all the werewolves in Barovia in order to destroy Strahd? The question you have to ask is, how many people, how many villages, how many lichen werewolves are you willing to sacrifice in order to destroy Strahd?
Fiannos kind of squirms uncomfortably because that's not a way of thinking that he's very fond of. We try to save as many as we can, and I believe that the lichen are, at least the ones in the den, are definitely worth saving.
Not all of them are.
I can't
inherently evil.
I can't speak for the lichen. I know nothing of them, but my advice would be, don't deviate too far from your path. Help.
At the same time, what are you suggesting? That we just work for Strahd because he asked us to?
If I may be so bold as to offer my advice if I were in your shoes. May I?
Yeah, sure.
Go for
That's why I asked.
That's the whole point of this.
You know the
Expressing opinions.
you know the story of the three fays.
Yes.
Of course.
Yes.
Strahd is looking for those three gems. He had my brother hunt for one of the gems that was stolen from Strahd by a count. I don't remember the name. The other one is most recently found in the Wizard of Wines. And I believe the third one is in possession of Baba Lysaga in Berez. If the phase can be restored, that would be a great blow against Strahd. Could possibly even lift the mist, even weaken Strahd. He has been desperately searching for them. Now, Strahd has asked you to find one. I tried to convince my brother to go and do Strahd's bidding. He was appalled at that suggestion. But I looked at him and said, if you were able to obtain the gem, you would have a bargaining chip. Strahd is willing to trade our mother's life for that gem. What else would he be willing to trade for? How powerful is that gem? Why does he want it so bad? I believe that gem might be your ticket out of Barovia. If you decide to leave, perhaps you can bargain your way out of Barovia and leave us all here to suffer. Or you could use it in some other method. Perhaps attempt to draw Strahd out of Ravenloft. Put him on neutral ground. Put him at a disadvantage. Perhaps the gem will help you gain some allies. If I had one of Strahd's gems, I would certainly think how best I could use that to my advantage.
But regardless of what we choose here, most of these options revolve around sacrificing Kai's father. Because from what you're implying, most of those options don't involve just giving the gem to Strahd. And as Strahd is as a stickler for rules and deals as he is, then it's going to cause problems.
Not necessarily. You have the gem. You acquire the gem. Strahd's willing to trade Kai's father. Tell Strahd that you'll meet him on neutral ground to make that exchange. Have a plan when Kai's father's there with Strahd to rescue Kai's father. It would be far more easier to rescue Kai's father outside of Ravenloft than to delve into that horror show. The gem, I believe, I think the gem, it gives you far more leverage than you possibly imagine. The problem is, I don't know where the third gem is. It's this count that at one time worked for Strahd. Supposedly has it.
Fiannos, it takes a lot of effort for Fiannos to stay silent, but he stays silent.
I think all of us will bitch slap you if you talk.
Yes.
Out of character, which one am I missing? We know that there's one at the
The one that we have.
We have the third.
I know.
We have the fucking third.
I just was wondering. I forgot that we know that Baba Lysaga also has one.
I think it's Santa Skull.
And
Yeah.
one is with the evil druids, and I was temporarily befuddled as to where the third one is. But yeah, okay.
Baba Lysaga has the
Kai is
red or
currently
purple one.
storing it in one of his pockets.
From what I know, and what I've heard from Esmeralda, as well as the Martikov family, who have been here for generations, the three Fae were here long before Strahd ever came. When Strahd came, he initially tried to ally with the Faes. The Faes actually, I believe, took pity on him, or maybe out of fear, created a gem for Strahd, for his lost love, perhaps, or his broken heart. I've heard the gem is very powerful. Some even call it the Heart of Sorrow, which was created by the Swamp Fae. Then Strahd betrayed the Faes.
Wait. Yeah. Uh-huh.
Strahd betrayed the Faes, had their shrines desecrated, cursed them into hags. They've disappeared, all of them, except for Baba Lysaga. She was once a Fae, perhaps out of revenge, perhaps out of hate, perhaps she felt betrayed. I've heard that she sought dark powers to gain power, perhaps even rule over Barovia. I am told that she initially had gone to Strahd to plead for maybe forgiveness, to perhaps even ally with Strahd. When she was at Ravenloft, she attempted to destroy the gem she had created for Strahd, the Heart of Sorrow. She barely escaped, and on her escape, she stole one of Strahd's greatest prizes. I do not know what that is, but I said Strahd was angered. More angered than he had been in centuries. That he had allowed her into the castle. She had almost destroyed this powerful gem and then stole one of his prizes. I've heard she's turned further and further to darkness and to evil, planning her revenge on Strahd.
That's not good.
Strahd had... The Swamp Fae was the Fae that the people of Berez had worshipped. They had built a shrine there for her. Strahd had laid waste to the village of Berez when the Fae betrayed him. There's nothing left there. It's haunted. Ghosts. Other creatures. But is where Baba Lysaga resides. I've only been to the edge of Berez. Most men are too fearful to step into the swamps of Berez. One can't see their hand in front of their face most nights. The mist, the fog, the darkness that looms there. But I believe there's still possibly goodness in her. If you could restore the gem at the shrine there, perform the ritual, perhaps you could restore Baba Lysaga to her once beautiful, powerful Fae self.
And is the gem that needed to... Which gem is needed to restore her? The one that she has, or the one in the Dark Druids?
In my library, I have the books of the Faes. If I remember correctly, there's 3 shrines. One for the forest, one for the mountain, and one for the swamp Fae. And then there's 3 gems that go with each of the shrines. You need to find the appropriate gem for the right shrine, perform the ritual to restore the Fae. Once all 3 Faes are restored, lightness should return to Barovia. Strahd should be weakened.
So where did you say... So there was one gem that you don't know where it is. It was to do with some kind of count. There
That's
was
correct.
one gem that the Dark Druids have. And you said the third one was in possession of Baba Lysaga?
I believe she has the 3rd gem. I don't know. I'm not for sure, but her power is growing stronger, and I've heard that she may be in possession of the 3rd gem, but I do not know for certain. The kind of magic that I've heard being wielded down in Berez is powerful magic. The gems are... I've never seen one, but I imagine of what I've been told are very powerful nature gems. The Faes are aligned with druids and powerful natural magic. They can change night to day. They can raise the sun. They can make crops grow plentiful. To have that kind of power, I believe the reason I believe that she may have the gem is the Berez is now shrouded in a mist, a dark mist. It's hard to even travel there. To have that kind of permanent dread cast over a place, even more so than the mist that surround Vallaki and Kresk and the rest of Barovia, I assume that must be the power of one of these gems.
Yes. The gems are certainly powerful.
Out of character, which gem color do we need for the swamp?
You
we have this one, which is the blue one.
if you
Oh,
yeah.
cool.
The shrine is in Barrows.
So
if you look at the books, you guys have the access to the Book of
and then
Face.
drink her gem. Well, and then supposedly she'll be fine with us taking the gem. Okay, cool.
Yeah, she has the red gem, I believe, that we need for the mountain, I believe, in Yesterhill.
Yeah.
Ooh.
And the
And
Yeah,
then on our way to
and
Strahd-
the green one is the Wizard of the Wines that's in the Windmill Shrine.
How do we know that she might have the red
Close to
one and
windmill.
not the green one?
Because I
Well,
think
I mean, I'm just assuming.
it was alluded to in the actual journal of the Markovs. There was something alluding to that. No.
Oh, yeah,
But there
that's
was.
possible. Let me quickly check.
It says, it might be the other.
Well, you guys have one for sure.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we
not
do
sure.
have the blue
Mhm.
one. I'm
We know where the
We
shrines
have
are.
everything, and we just don't know which way around the colors of the gem are, which doesn't
Yeah.
really matter. So
Which
I mean,
doesn't
here's the
really
thing.
matter, yeah.
Well, I guess. Here's the thing.
I mean, it'd be nice if the
Okay.
if the red gem is at the Wizard of the Wines, because Yesterhill is just right there.
And wine is red, and it
But
makes
here's the thing:
sense.
once we put that in, Strahd will be very mad with us. So, if
He will know, yeah.
so it would actually be better if it's the other way around, because we can take the gem, we can detour to Berez whilst discussing the exchange with Strahd or whatever, because we do have the gem. And then on our way back to him, we can detour slightly to the forest shrine and restore the third one straight away.
should we not restore while we're in Barrows as well?
Yeah, no, obviously. So
Okay,
the idea is, let's assume the Babylon Saga has the red one, so the one for the forest, okay? Yeah. We go to Berez, okay, after the Wizards of Wine. So we get the gem for the Wizards of Wine. We go to Berez, we restore that gem and get the third gem from Babylon Saga. We then, whilst we're discussing the exchange with Strahd, we go to Yesterhill and put the gem in there as well. So that's 2 out of 3. And then we move through Vallaki back to Strahd's Castle Ravenloft to do the exchange. We pass by the windmill, which is the third shrine, and we put the gem in there instead of giving it to Strahd, and that would instantly, reduce his powers.
Now, wait, I'm going to ask you something. Are you guys having this conversation in front of
No, I think we're
No,
still
this
out
is
of
this is
character.
this is like
he
an
doesn't
out
know
of
that we have the gem.
this is an out of
Right.
character
I'm
conversation.
I'm just wondering.
Yeah.
Hey, we got a gem over here. You guys, he's like, interesting.
Yes,
We have to elaborate the plan.
guys, if you want to talk about this, better talk about after we finish talking with him.
No, like that was just
He does ask you. Do I have a copy of the Fiannos of Barovia in my library? Do you need a copy of the book? It gives you some information about the gems and as well as the.
I look over too.
Oh, that's quite
have it.
alright. We actually have a copy. We have Jonvich. No, what's his name? Jonovich.
Yes.
We've had Jonovich procure us a book, a copy of it. But we appreciate the offer. It is only the one copy, right? Though we are talking about the same book.
Well, there's only a handful of the copies. Yes, it's a rare, very rare book, but I assume if it tells about the Fae stories that we've talked about, and it also has the different gems and the Faes as well as the shrines and the ceremony. It's
Actually,
winter time now, so you would have to perform it at the winter solstice. I believe, if my memory serves me correctly, the shrine offering is a tusk and a deer skull that needs to be presented in front of the shrine with the appropriate gem. What I do not know is if there's any ritual other than putting the gem in the socket at the shrine and placing the tusk and the disc all there. Perhaps there's something else that needs to be done, but if I remember correctly, that is all.
Actually, do you mind if I look through your copy just to see if there's any kind of differences?
Yeah, it's
If you
the
don't mind.
it's you have it in the yeah. He says no problem,
Okay,
and
it's not,
he gets up for a second and he leaves the library. So you guys, I'm gonna just make him leave to the library, and he'll come back. But the book that he'll bring back is the book that you guys have access to in the
So it's basically the same one.
yes.
Oh, okay, so it's exactly the same
Right.
copy.
Yeah.
Okay. I
Yeah.
just wanted to see if there might
Well,
be a
he's
extra note.
he's
Yeah.
left the room for a bit, so you guys can talk among yourselves at this point without him listening.
I look over to Kai with a sad
I
face.
looked at yeah. I was gonna look at him too.
It's like, Kai, I'm gonna be honest here. I don't see a good way for us to both weaken Strahd and get your father safely. If we give him the gem, the chances of us being able to somehow take it back and, put it in the shrines is minuscule, but we need those gems to free the people of Barovia.
So I'm just trying to think of if we could, as Falcon said, draw him out where he has less
And-
power
And try to kill him
trade the gem.
in our current state.
Well,
Even
not
if we
just
weren't in
not try to kill him, just to get, just to basically rescue my father when
he's out of the
yeah,
castle.
when he's outside, outside of.
But who's gonna go rescue? And how are we gonna sneak all of that past Strahd? It's quite a
Well,
ways to go.
aren't you? I mean, if you're going to draw him out of the castle to exchange the gem for him, wouldn't you think that Kai's
Oh,
father
his
would
father
be
would
with
be
be
with
right?
Yeah.
Well,
Well, I'm not going to give you any tips. I'm going to let you guys try to solve
Yeah.
that one.
Yeah, it's. I mean, like,
The only thing I can think of is I don't know if
I will remind Kai that Falcon Habsburg's head was delivered to him in a box. His brother was drawn and quartered, and he had to go find the wolves to retrieve his brother's arms and legs. So, Strahd doesn't dispatch people in a very friendly way.
yeah. So I'm just the only thing I can think of is I'm wondering if restoring one of the gems or I guess restoring one of the phase, I guess would be the way to say it, would weaken Strahd enough. Like if we somehow met him at the same time as the winter solstice and had someone else other than the people who are meeting Strahd restore the gem, I don't know if that would somehow work out.
I look over to Ervan and Erzan. If that's the case, then we need to go to the Wizards of Wine and then to Berez to try to restore Babula Saga and see what she thinks on the matter. But if that's the case, we might not have the time to go to Stalinka Pass. Unless we decide to split up.
I mean, we really have to make an important decision here, because if as soon as we reconsecrate the first shrine, there's no telling what Strahd will do. He might simply kill Kai's father. He might kill all of us. I don't think we should be safe or feel safe about just doing this and hoping it'll work out.
What if we have Esmeralda do it for us?
The shrine?
Technically not. Yes. What if we have her restore shrines while we are, out and about? So we're kind of not as connected. I don't
know if we can simply put a gem in her hands. Not necessarily even because I don't trust her, but because she's just one person, and if
Well,
God really wants these gems, he'll find a way to get it from her.
Yeah.
Okay, what happens in last area? What if he happened to find where Van Richten is? I think the two of them would be capable enough, don't you think?
If the
And they
two
would.
of them were together, they probably would be capable enough of that. And in that case, we could not go to Brez ourselves. It's,
Exactly. Between the two teams, I think it would work beautifully.
The thing is,
At the very least, I would think.
I look at Fiannos and say, we have to go to Berez. We need the skull.
oh, right.
Oh
Right.
yeah, that's no
So we
question.
can't
But
skip
I mean,
Brez.
The
restoring
gem might
the shrines itself.
it might be our best bargaining chip to get Baba Lusaga to give up the skull, and that will be one domino that falls, because if we get the skull, we can perhaps turn the former Order of the Silver Dragon against Strahd, or rather restore them to their old power. And
if
that will also tip the scale. But what I was driving at earlier is, Kai, you need to be okay with us risking your father's life by what we're doing. Otherwise, there's going to be issues no matter what we try. And
I mean,
Agreed.
I don't think you can avoid risk. It's just a matter of trying to avoid as much of the risk as possible. Just doing something stupid that is obviously going to get my father killed is.
Naturally, I agree. I just want us to be very clear about this matter. I don't want you to feel betrayed by anything that we now propose or end up doing. It's just that I'm, and I say this begrudgingly, inclined to go with von Habsburg in this matter, even if it is your father.
The life
And,
of one cannot outweigh the lives of many.
Yes. Imagine all the suffering. And I'm not even sure or certain that it'll come to this. Maybe we can get your father out, and we'll certainly try, but if it becomes a decision of your father's life and ending Strahd's reign in this, well, literal realm of darkness, then I know where I stand on the matter.
I will help you rescue your father, Kai. If it comes down to it.
Well, so, what's our plan? We head over to the Wizards of the Wine first. We hopefully rescue the Mardukov patriarch and get the gem from the Dark Druids. Then what? We don't have time to go to Salinka Pass. If we're going to Berez, we need to go probably straight afterwards. So what do we do about Salinka Pass?
How many days are left even for Salinka Pass?
About nine
Byron?
days, 8 or 9 should.
That may not, depending on the weather, it may not even really be enough, right?
Yeah.
At this point, von Habsburg steps back into the room and sits down there, and he hands the book to Ileanys, and it looks to be the same book that you already have.
I continue the conversation. So how many days do we have to go to get to Salinka Pass?
Why, may I ask, why do you want to go to Salinka Pass? I know quite about it. Well, you said that that this Bloodhunter's father was there. I don't know why he would be going to Salinka Pass.
Okay.
To help the werewolves.
Out of character, Pyram. Is it dark outside?
It's no. I mean, it's. I would say it's. I didn't set the clock, so I'm gonna go ahead and set the clock right now for you guys.
Yes, thank you.
Sorry, my apologies.
No. Because
we arrived at daybreak, right? So it should be pretty early on.
Yeah, it's still pretty early, so let me go ahead and set it to. Boop.
Okay.
And then move it. Boop, boop. I say it's about 10 a.m. right now. We'll just go ahead and play from 10 a.m. There we go.
Okay, so I would look at, like, I'm contemplating telling him about the Amaker's curse or not. Ervan wouldn't care But if Erzan was here, I don't know what he would do. But since I'm here,
It's your curse. You're the one affected by it, so it's your choice.
yeah, technically, yeah. So I probably will tell him just to get it in the table so he knows why we're doing this.
Well,
Uh, mhm.
Slinka Passes was defended by the orders of the Silver Dragon during the Great War. There was a great battle there, actually. There's a tower on the other side of the ravine called the Lone Tower. My spies have told me that there's activity there lately, some magic going on across the ravine in the Lone Tower. I don't know what's going on there, but winter set in means it's going to be hard to get up to the pass. There's a long hike that the carriage will not be able to take you to. You'll have to climb it. It's a set of stairs carved into rock. When you get to the top of the pass, there's a huge ravine. Part of the pass is said to be haunted, and there's also beasts of all kinds up there. If it's wintertime, it's going to be cold. But I have no idea what's going on at the Lone Tower. Magic is what I hear. Then it's a long travel from there up to the Amber Temple. Supposedly that's where Baba Zaga had gone and got her powers from the Amber Temple, which is a further trek deeper up into the mountains.
Okay. First, I have a question for you. How open can you be? Like, if I tell you something, how open will you be to what I will say?
Are you saying something out of character or in character?
No, in character. I'm talking in character right now. I'm talking to Von Hasberg.
You can say whatever you like.
No, I'm asking him, like, I will tell him something, but how open can he be, like, to let me finish?
Yeah, go. You can go ahead. He'll be open, I think.
Okay. So, first of all, I will tell you about a curse that runs through my family. Of course, the armor curse. Each generation goes on. There is a possibility that one of the armor curse has be cursed with lycanthropy. When that happens, we either we try to contain them, or at the end of it, kill them when they become too rabid. My father was cursed with this, had the curse before we came to Barovia. 6 months before that, I followed him, and I came here with the others. Then I know he was coming here to do something. He was looking for the werewolves here, because they have a ritual that can help him control the werewolf. That's why I'm here. Second, I'm also cursed.
Did you go through this ritual?
What? Yes, I did the ritual. Okay. Byron, what did you say?
I just asked you if he said if you went through the ritual.
Yes, I went through the ritual.
Well, to be honest, I don't know much about werewolves. You would have to ask Esmeralda or Von Richten, who I have not been able to locate. I've been trying to search for him for years, but I've never been able to find Von Richten.
Esmeralda was with us when I was that taming was used on me. She knows.
Well, she's the only people that I trust here are the Martikov family and Esmeralda. Esmeralda told me that I could be able to trust Von Richten, but she's been looking for him, and so have I for years now. She's not been able to locate him.
Then I look at the others. I look at Ileanys exactly, like specifically, because he was with me when we saw the carriage and it being lit up. How is he looking? Ileanys?
Oh, hello. Oh, I was muted. Oops.
Okay.
Have you? I looked back at Ervan. Have you heard of any news of Van Richten? I looked to Van Habsburg.
I've never met Von Richten. Esmeralda and I have been looking for him for years. He's disappeared years ago when Strahd was using his minions to hunt him down. Esmeralda doesn't talk about it, but I believe they had a falling out.
And no one in your friends from the Blue Water Inn have heard anything either.
From Van Richten?
Yes.
No.
You realize that you should
Character,
probably
guys.
have us.
Yes, Ileanys.
Out of character, should we tell him that Vasily is?
Yes, I'm
Well,
looking at.
you know also that
Yeah.
he was trying to
Van Richten is
find
Victoria.
when you guys were last in Vallaki, Van Habsburg was trying to find Van Richten, and he doesn't know that Rictavio is Van Richten.
Yeah, I don't want to tell him that.
Okay.
But I mean, it's up to you. You guys can, but Ileanys doesn't want to tell.
It's your
that
secret, so Fiannos is not telling.
Everybody knows the truth, so.
Well, you guys
Fiannos knows, but it's your secret.
You guys know the truth. Most people don't know. I mean, he was hiding in Vallaki in disguise.
Yes, we know he was hiding, and we know the disguise, and yeah, we know his secret. But the problem is, I'm looking at Ileanys to see if he's looking like he wants to talk about it or not. That's why I was looking at him.
No, he does not want to talk about it in a direct manner. At the very least, you will ask Falcon, where is Esmeralda, anyways? You said she was rescued. The children, so to say, and they're in the Blue Water Inn now.
They're with their family at the Blue Water Inn. Esmeralda stayed the night here, and she left late last night to head back to the vineyard and try to locate what happened to the gem and perhaps even locate you. I told her that we would keep an eye out at Ravenloft, any comings and going. When we saw the carriage without Rahad in it, we suspected something. And then at the gate, at the western gate, there was spied 6 people riding there. I can only imagine who the 6 people were. They didn't seem to be any of Strahd's minions. So we suspected it was you. I sent Eric out to fetch you, bring you in as quickly as we could.
And your friend, I believe his name was Vasily. Has he been around recently?
No. Well, he's a minor noble here. He's seems harmless enough. I know he was in love with Irina. Esmeralda told me what happened with Irina, but she didn't say much else.
Yes, it was quite unfortunate. He was very
I look at Jan with pleading eyes. I'm like, please let me tell him. Please let me tell him.
Wait, out of character. Okay, Byram, did you say that? Okay, what you're implying is Esmeralda didn't tell him that Strahd is Vasily?
No, I think
Esmeralda
told.
I don't.
Because what you said right now means that.
No,
I think
Esmeralda
told him that
Does Esmeralda know?
No, I don't think she was in. She was with you, but I don't think she was in the room with you guys because some of you guys left.
She wasn't with us. She wasn't with us in the room when he said it.
Yes, so I don't think Esmeralda knows either.
She didn't go up to the temple. Sorry, no, she did go up.
Oh,
she was upstairs in the library looking for books and had gone up there.
But she doesn't know.
Okay, that's the thing. I forgot that she went upstairs. I thought she was
exactly.
With us.
So she doesn't know. Okay. I don't think we had a chance to tell her.
Yeah. Okay, that's good.
Do we want to keep it a secret? Because I want to tell him.
Fuck no, I don't want to keep it a secret.
Out of character, we don't really gain anything by not telling him because either he's in league with Strahd and he already knows, or he doesn't know, and it's important to know that if Vasily ever shows up, the people of Vallaki don't trust him. So it's a net benefit no matter.
Well, I mean, less so than that. I think it's better for them to try to keep the act up, and make, to keep an eye on him at the very least on Vasily, because I don't believe Strahd can be at two places at once. So if Vasily is there, they can keep an eye on him, and Strahd's not going off doing some spooky, like sinister stuff.
So, Fiannos is currently staring at Jan with pleading eyes. It's like, please let me tell him.
You see how his right shoulder is raised by a marginal amount. Wait,
Kind of
is
like,
marginal
yeah, sure.
big in English or not? I always get them confused because marginal in German is the opposite of marginal in English. A minor amount. That's what I'm trying to say.
Okay. I'm guessing that's a shrug, so I'll just
That's
say...
the shrug, like, go ahead,
Yeah.
whatever.
I turn to Van Richten. Sorry, Van Habsburg. Jesus Christ, so many Vons. Van, Jesus Christ. Anyway, I quieten my voice and I say, when we were in Kresek, we learned that Vasily is actually Strahd's disguise, and it's the reason why he wanted to marry Irina.
You see von Habsburg's staring at the fire. His face draws long and distraught. He slowly stands up and he walks to the fire, and there's some logs sitting right next to the fire, and he kicks two of them into the fire and then slams his fist against the mantle, staring down into the fire. Does not say anything.
As well?
I would like to do an insight check whether this looks like a studied or measured response rather than...
Go ahead. Go ahead and roll.
His feels bad. His friend.
Yeah.
Probably one of his best friends over here.
Wow.
You definitely see him. The feeling, his body language and the feeling that he was giving to you was he felt, again, like he suffered another loss. Like he felt like he
so
that two steps forwards, one step backwards. He's shocked. He's shocked, but not shocked. He is being introspective. He's upset, and you can tell he's just contemplating. He's probably, what you're imagining is he's replaying every conversation that he's had with Vasily in his mind, wondering if he's slipped up and said anything that he shouldn't.
Oh, that's a fun state of mind to be in. I know all about that.
Oof, that's a rough one.
Yeah. I'm sorry, but during all the chaos, we didn't get a chance to tell Esmeralda this.
Yes, she will be surely distraught as well. It's been a huge setback. We've been trying to find allies. The Martikovs are trustworthy, but they're having their own problems, which we tried to aid them with. She's been looking for her mentor for some time now, Von Richten, who's eluded us, perhaps just to save himself. Nobody else here in Wallachia is worth trusting. So our allies run short. My brother solemnly believed from his studies of Argynvost that he could raise the old army of the Order of the Silver Dragons. Some believe they're just reverends, ghosts, demons, skeletal knights. But my brother believed that he could help raise them to fight once more for good against Strahd. The Martikov's family is weak now, losing their vineyard. I fear that we need more allies. I also grow concerned that perhaps the real darkness behind Baba and Strahd is something that has yet revealed itself. The dark
It's
powers that lurk up in the mountains.
the
The
Amber
Amber
Temple.
Temple.
Yeah.
For it's the Amber Temple that has given Lysaga and Strahd their power. Lysaga most recently. And now with the stories of the lone tower at Selinka Pass, magic emanating from the lone tower. Surely darkness is on the rise.
Oh, something else about our conversation with Strahd that I should probably mention. He did mention something about. I think one of us asked him about something to do with his own death and how he sees that, or does he think he'll be immortal? And he did mention something about looking for an heir or someone to take over for him. I don't know how to interpret this, but
My brother
That
said
was
the same
important.
thing. When my brother first went to Strahd, he went to him with open arms, hoping that Strahd would welcome him, perhaps as a equal or maybe even a lord, that we could perhaps reclaim some land. He told my brother initially that he had grown old and weary, tired. He mentioned a lot about his lost love that he sought. Then he had no, Strahd had no heir. He looked for someone to perhaps replace him at some point. My brother did find it odd, but that is all he said.
that's all I really had to say on the matter. I just wanted to mention that fact as well, since we're throwing difficult truths out.
Okay, it's 10 after 8. I say we take a break here. People can grab some food, go to the restroom. We'll come back at 8:25. That gives us about 14 minutes.
Feels.
If you guys are at the computer, I don't know if you've read through the Book of Kings or the Court of Ravenloft, but there might be some stuff in there that's worth visiting if you have any questions. And we'll get back to it. Well, we'll cover the rest of it later. But let's take a quick break for right now. Okay?
Mhm.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Feels bad for Von Habsburg.
Holy shit! The guy, like, we have been bitch slapping him, like I think for a while, with truth. Like, here is
Yeah.
some knowledge.
Truth slap.
I want to ask him about Rictavio. I feel like we should ask him about Rictavio, but not revealing that he's, von Richten.
Yeah, I kind of messed up earlier. Where
if you know
I'm
where
gonna-
Rictavio went.
I'm going to step away for 1 sec. I'll be right back.
Uh-huh.
Well, it's been a interesting session. I hope for those people watching that you guys are enjoying this. If you're not familiar or you are familiar with the Curse of Strahd, I just want to give you a couple of notes here and some things to think about, whether you're going to be running the campaign or you're just watching this for entertainment purposes. One of the things that's very important in the Curse of Strahd campaign, or I believe is important, is certainly weaving all these stories together and the backstories and making these really difficult decisions. Our players have moved exceedingly quickly through a lot and have run into a lot of seemingly side quests. The one main overarching quest that I introduced in this campaign is the Fanes of Barovia, which is my own version of Mandy Mod and Dragon Carta from Reddit. I have changed it quite a bit. I also changed the history, the backstory of Baba Lysaga. She was actually one of the Fays, and she is now in a disagreement with Strahd. And so now we have these players with their deep backstories. Our Paladin and Cleric are actually looking for the sword, the Sun Sword, and they're interested in the Silver Knights that's tied to their order. Obviously, Kai's father has now been kidnapped by Lord Strahd and being held at Ravenloft. And then we have the Amarkur brothers, Bloodhunters, whose father had sought out the werewolves to tame his lycanthropy. And the one of the werewolves, there was a battle between the two alphas and the werewolves, and one of them has been captured and is now being held in Salinka Pass. They don't know what's there, but they've learned that there's this tower. I've added another location to Salinka Pass that does not exist, and a whole new encounter in Salinka Pass that does not exist in Curse of Strahd. And I've been using a lot of these books, and one of the things that I recommend as a DM is incorporate books into your campaign. And books are good because you can create some lore, clues, quest, and instead of players always having to keep notes, they can just open the books. Now we're using Foundry, so I actually created the books in Foundry, and these are actually items, so they can read. They have the book, The Fanes of Barovia. I've also wrote a whole thing about the court of Ravenloft, and these are all the king, the queen, Saint Markovia. Strahd was married. A lot of people, if you don't read Curse of Strahd, Strahd was married to Lady Sasha, according to lore, actual rules as written from the campaign, and I've expanded upon that, how she's the one that introduced Tatiana to Sergei. So the Court of Ravenloft is a book they have, and the other book I put together was the Book of Kings. And for those that are interested, how did I come up with the Book of Kings? Well, it's already there in the crypts of Ravenloft. There's a bunch of crypts with kings' names on them, and so I just created a Book of Kings and wrote little paragraphs about each one and put them in order. One of the big characters, huge new characters that I introduced to Curse of Strahd is Falcon von Habsburg. And I wanted to have this interesting character. It kind of reminds me a little bit from Lord of the Rings, is Aragorn, son of Arathorn. He is the heir apparent from 500 years ago to the last king of Barovia before Strahd had taken over Barovia, and he's come back. And they don't know it. They're learning more about it. So this session was, I was really nervous about this. Out of all the sessions we've had, over the 20 sessions we have, I've been really nervous about this particular session because I kind of knew where they were going after each session and I could prepare ahead. And that's one of the difficult things. I mean, these people they can go off on a side quest. I mean, they were about to go to the Fained Circle by the windmill, and I have that all prepped and ready to go if they wanted to go there. I also have the Salinka Pass, the winery, Yesterhill, everything's prepared. Berez is prepared. But I thought this was a good session for them to really sit down and just talk, think, strategies. Now they have huge moral dilemmas. If they do something, Kai's father could be killed. If they go rescue somebody else, we don't know what's going to happen to the Erzan and Ervan's father. And so there's all these twists now. They've come to Barovia. They've had all these threads, and they've got this huge knot that they're trying to unravel. The way that I see the campaign, the way that I see that, the only way that I see that you can outcomes other than death in the campaign for players is, one is to do Strahd's bidding and get the gems and leave Barovia, ask to leave Barovia. I mean, that's a possibility. One is to attempt to restore the Fanes, and maybe that will weaken Strahd. Maybe it'll destroy, perhaps it might destroy the Heart of Sorrow. The other one is perhaps help restore the reverence at Argynvost to rise up and fight against Strahd. Or get some of the werewolves to ally with them. Or perhaps the Mardukov family. So I've left a lot of variables on how to possibly defeat Strahd whether indirectly or directly, whether with the feigns or trying to directly attack him. So I think this is a pivotal session. There's not a lot of unlike the last session where they were exploring Castle Ravenloft. This is just a theater of the mind map, and I really wanted them to start thinking, spending some time thinking about everything that's going on, the quest, the NPCs, the lore, the history, because the decisions that they're going to be making at this point are going to be pretty significant. I mean, one of the things that I personally believe that makes Dungeons and Dragons and role playing such a fun endeavor is putting in those shades of grays and forcing moral consequences, putting characters in positions where it might be similar to a Kobayashi Maru scenario from stealing from Star Trek lore, a no-win scenario. I mean, they might have to do this, but in doing this, they're going to have to sacrifice that, or they might have to pick the lesser of two scenarios. I also want to make my characters, bring them down to earth a little bit, to bring the characters down to earth, that they're not these superheroes that one of the things that Dungeons and Dragons can accidentally happen is you focus on the combat and you're always kicking ass in combat. Sometimes you don't even have to be in combat. You can just make a decision that can have drastic impact on the party. So I just want to share those notes and my thoughts during the intermission here. We're going to be back in about 5 minutes or so. I'm watching the stream here. I fixed the audio, it looks like. If you have any questions, just pop them in there on the stream. I'll try to answer them. I hope you're enjoying this. This is my first time as a dungeon master in shit. I think last time I did this as a dungeon master was in 1986. Yeah, 1986, because 1987 I was in the Navy. So 1986 was the last time I was a dungeon master. And the last time I played Curse of Strahd, it was a Ravenloft I6, and I was a thief, and that was in 85. It was a year before that I DM'd. I've never DM'd Ravenloft or Curse of Strahd. So also my first time streaming and also learning Foundry. But I'm so fortunate to have these great players. I'm having a wonderful time. Curse of Strahd is a epic campaign, and Foundry is making this so easy for me. So it has made this lockdown coronavirus situation a little easier for me. But and I'm enjoying this, and I hope you guys are as well. I'm going to take a quick break. Go ahead and feel free to leave any questions here in the live chat, and I'll be happy to answer them. So I'll be right back. Well, I am back. I just actually ran to go get some chocolate. Chocolate, and I got a little gift here. I got these I love, by the way, Madeira wine. Madeira is a fortified wine, really interesting story. It's from the island of Madeira off the coast of Portugal. It's a fortified wine, and it was made actually, from what I understand, accidentally, as the casks of wine were held in ships, and rolling in the ships and being heated by the sun created this fortified wine. And initially it was spoiled, but by the time it got to the New World, to the colonies, it became quite popular. In fact, from what I understand about Madeira wine, I got a big bottle of it here, but it's empty. But I got these little small gift ones. Is that it was one of the most commonly drunk wines in the New World. Ben Franklin and all the forefathers were big Madeira drinkers. Oh, and a little tip for those people that are perhaps football, European football or soccer fans. Ronaldo comes from the island of Madeira, so it's good. It's good with chocolate. A little glass of this with some chocolate. So no questions. I see I have one person here, Thomas, saying keep up the good work. Thanks. I enjoy it. I'm working on improving my DM skills. If you have any tips, suggestions, let me know. I'm humble enough, and I welcome any constructive criticism. So, have this nice chocolate with orange in it, dark chocolate, and a glass of Madeira. I'm gonna see how my players are doing right now, so I'm gonna just jump back in there real quick. Let's see here. Let me get back to our session, and I'm going to go ahead and turn on their Discord channel.
Him seeing that some people are somewhere else might, and like, what else does he have to do? He's not governing.
To be honest, we told him we wanted to go there, so he already knows what we're doing. So
Exactly.
Good point.
yeah,
Like,
he already
if
has
we
the
can't
information.
if we can't hide it from him, that's fine. I doubt he cares enough. As long
Yeah.
as Kai is going to get the gem, he doesn't. That's my point. It's not that he wouldn't know that we're going though. Is that if Kai is going to get the gem, he wouldn't care if the two brothers decided to run off on their own in a different direction. Yeah, he might follow them. He might look at what they're doing, but he's not gonna care.
Yeah,
That's my point.
Like we even told him, and I think he didn't care. Like he didn't care what's there or what's happening there.
Yeah.
Like we told them, and Van Husper kept insisting that what we want to do there, but Strahd didn't care.
Exactly. Yeah.
Byron, we can't hear you.
I'm sorry, I'm eating a piece of
Okay.
chocolate.
No.
Yeah.
I mean, I have a piece on me right now, but yeah.
I got a piece of dark chocolate
Question.
with a little
No,
bit
I don't
of
like dark
orange in
chocolate.
it.
Did Von Habsburg mention if Esmeralda mentioned where, like, something about our carriage? Because we did kind of leave it halfway towards the Wizards of Wine.
You mean about Strahd's carriage?
No, our
Our carriage. The one we
Okay.
took from Khyraezul and left halfway towards the Wizards of Wine.
He did
Was-
not. He
yeah.
did not. Before we get back in session, no. He. If you want to ask me any questions like that, no. He did not mention anything about your carriage.
Okay.
If you have any,
Just wanted to make
if
sure.
you have any questions,
You have to.
about either last
We'll just
session or
ask
this
Esmeralda
session,
that.
right?
Yeah, but yeah.
Ileanys, are you back?
Hello.
Yeah, he's back.
I'm back.
Can we ask you to? Can we ask you to get Silas to start flying towards where we left our carriage?
¿Por qué?
You're lucky that I know Spanish. Because here's the thing, right? The way we're planning to do it is we're hoping that we know what state the carriage is in before we meet these crossroads. If you look at the map,
Hmm.
Before
Okay.
we actually meet the crossroads, so that we can decide. Because we decided that Ervan and Erzan, and maybe you, if you want to, are going to head down towards Slinka Pass, and the rest of us are going to head towards the Wizards of Wine and deal with the Jam and the evil druids and stuff like that.
That's just asking for suicide now. I
It is,
mean, it's
but we don't have a choice. We need werewolves as allies, but we don't have the time to go there now without angering Strahd. So,
Right,
as
well-
Will Habsburg said, we need to go to the Wizards of Wine to get the gem first. But if we do that, we don't have enough time to go down there. So we need to split. There's no choice here.
why
We need to split.
why wouldn't we have any time if we went to the Wizard of One first?
How many days do we have until the full moon or whatever?
Approximately 9 days.
Yeah, we have 9.
And how many days did it take for? How many days approximately would it have taken us to go from Khyraezul to Tselink Pass?
Well, from what the map shows you, it'd probably be 3 or 4 days. But you heard
With
from
the weather.
You just heard
Yeah.
from
The weather is going to be difficult.
Yeah, and you're not going to be able to get the carriage up into the pass. You're going to have to climb the rock
So-
stairs.
We have a faster
Yeah.
horse now.
Yeah, okay. Let's say we go to the Wizards of Wine, okay? It takes us a day, let's say, to get there, because, yeah. Let's say it takes us a day to get there and to deal with all of that. That's 8 days. So, and keep in mind, we won't have Strahd's horses to drive us, back from Tselinka Pass. They're not going to stick around. They're going to bring us to our destination, and they're going to leave us there.
Yep.
So we're
Okay.
going to be much slower after that. That makes sense?
I think tactically, it's better for Ileanys to go to the Wizards of the Wines if we're going to be fighting
Why?
the Druids. Because, You said why?
Why?
Because I have a lot of AoE, and there's
Okay.
a lot of blades.
Okay, that's fair. Fiannos,
Yes.
Fiannos might come with them then, because we need a healer with Erzan and Ervan. We can't leave them there without a healer, especially Erzan. So we need a healer there with them.
Especially Erzan. Holy fuck.
Yeah, and somebody that can deal the potentially more. I think there might be more werewolves there, if not undead. I don't
Yeah.
think there. Actually, I don't think there be. I mean, maybe. I don't
There
know.
might be undead there.
Have
I know
you-
that the evil druids probably won't
I
have
don't-
undead, so I'm not all that useful there.
There's probably going to be undead there at Tselinka Pass, but I'm not sure. I was saying I'm not sure if there's going to be more werewolves there, but maybe. I don't know.
Well, regardless, a healer needs to go with them. If you think you're going to be more useful against the druids, which, you do have a lot of burst now that you have Agonizing Blast. So I will say, yeah, it's a good point. You probably should go there, and I'll go with them to Slinka Pass.
It's more so I can block off one whole corner so they can funnel into one place. But yeah.
Wait, you have
Yeah.
wildfire?
Yeah.
Oh shit. Oh wait, you're using before that, man. I forgot.
But yeah, I think that works out. If anything, you guys will go ahead a day ahead of us, and then we will catch up when we can.
So do you
What
guys?
do you mean?
Let me know if you guys want to start the session now, because I'm just letting you guys chat.
Mm-hmm.
So the idea is you send Silas now for the carriage. Sorry, this all was leading to. You
Silas
send
will be
Silas
going
out
with
for
you
the carriage.
Yes.
Then
Yes.
what we'll do is, depending on the state of the carriage, right? If the carriage is in good state, we go to the carriage. Me and the two brothers disembark and take the carriage down to Tselinka Pass, whilst Strahd's carriage continues going towards the Wizards of Wine. Okay?
With anybody in it?
With the rest of the party.
Okay.
Me and the brothers are the only ones who will be disembarking to leave for Tselinka Pass.
So so the Armaker
If the carriage is
brothers
a good
and
state.
Fiannos are going to go to Tselinka Pass, And the rest of the party is going to go to the Wizard of Wines.
Assuming that the carriage is in good state and about here where we left it. Okay? If it's in terrible state and not usable, then we will instead tell Strahd's carriage to go around here and all disembark. So, like, the party will head, cross here towards the Wizards of Wine, like, just, without a road, whilst the rest of us will try to make our way down on foot or with whatever we have.
All right.
But obviously that's more risky because we might incur Strahd's wrath this way, so I prefer the other option, because, in that way, Strahd would just be like, yeah, you're going to Wizards of Wine, good.
I have
I prefer the first option.
I have an idea.
But we need Silas to scout out and find our carriage and the state that it's in.
Just completely out of character and just a question. Are you okay?
Why are you doing?
Are you okay with this guy? It's your dad.
Wait.
No, exactly. Kai is going with us.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
To Wizard. But yeah,
exactly.
What's your input?
What's your input on
this?
What we're like?
Were you here when I explained the full thing, or do I need to explain again?
I just don't. I would prefer if more of us went to Wizards of Wine, but
we need the werewolves as allies. That's the thing. We can't let them turn to Strahd's side or go all frenzy. It's just such a big blow. We need more allies.
So the best way to do that is send Ervan by himself, right?
I wouldn't say no, but fuck you.
I was off the channel. Did you guys talk about Argynvost or Yesterheal at all, or Berez?
We don't even have time to do that. That's the thing.
Nope, not yet. We need to go to the Wizards of Wine first. Like, we're already stuck between the other two options. We can't add more options to our list. Those are for future to deal with.
Argynvost doesn't seem like it's going anywhere.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Sure,
the only reason I'm asking is you're going to probably one of the most remote place to get the werewolf allies. I just didn't know if you guys were going to go to try to do that with Argynvost or try to do something. You're talking about Argynvost in the skull before I logged off, so I didn't hear that. And now, so I just want to make sure that I'm, as a DM,
to go to Argynvost first, we need to go to Berez first. And we can't just go to Berez straight away because we need... Okay,
fair enough.
We need, to appease Strahd first. So we need to go to the Wizards of Wine to appease Strahd. And the werewolf stuff is very timed. So Berez isn't going anywhere. Baba Lysaga probably isn't going anywhere. At least not from what we know. So as far as we are aware, we have one very urgent mission. One mission that we need to do because Strahd told us to. And a few other things which don't seem to be going anywhere, so we need to go to those two places first.
I mean, I'm not arguing in favor of going to Berez first, but just to be fair, and so that we're aware of this, Falcon von Habsburg has said that it looks like Baba Lysaga is biding her time and gathering power, and she might be sitting on a powder keg. So leaving her to her own devices for too long might also backfire. But
agreed.
I think the other matters are more important. I'm just correcting my statement earlier, there's no time crunch on getting to Berez and Argynvost. I do think there is.
There is some urgency, so we'll do that afterwards. We'll meet up afterwards, after the Wizards of Wine and after Palenka Pass. We'll try to meet up, maybe over here somewhere, right, and just shortcut towards Berez from here. You see what I'm pointing at?
Yeah, you can go through that. You're going to be in the mountains. It's going to be that's off-road
further
terrain.
Down here,
So we can just go south of the mountains, right?
Yeah.
Even all through the forest.
Yeah, we can go from the forest. Yeah, we can go through the forest. So we can meet up here and go through the forest over here towards Berez after you guys
Sure.
are sorted out the Wizards of Wine and
Sure.
Selinka Pass. We sorted out Selinka Pass. But
Rem-
here's the thing: if we just let Ervan and Erzan go, or just Ervan go, what if there's a fight there? Yeah, great, they might meet his father, but first of all, neither of them are healers, so if there's any trouble, they can't help.
Okay.
And not to mention that, leaving them two there, if something goes wrong, it's gonna be difficult for them to get out. Especially if they're undead, because I have, with this new statue thing, I have a lot of ways to make undead go away without even killing them.
Go away.
And the druids, they're not going to have any undead, so you were right, Ileanys. I'm not going to be all that useful there, at least for my anti-undead capabilities. Because, they're probably going to have their trees, which aren't technically undead, so I can't turn them and make them run away, so...
Okay. Okay,
So,
I think
yeah.
I got the gist. So we're going to go ahead and start the sessions. I'm going to just put everybody
Yep.
back in Mr. Hopsburg's den. Okay.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
And
Mis-
where we were.
The Habsburg.
If you guys can go back in there, and we'll go ahead and start part 2 of our session. Just making sure that we're all copacetic.
Well, thank you for all of the information, Von Habsburg. I think we should get going now. We want to talk to Esmeralda and see if she wants to continue helping us.
Yeah, as I said, she's left towards the Wizards of Wine.
Oh, right. In that case, would you happen to know if she mentioned anything about our carriage? On the way to the Wizards of Wine, we left our carriage a little bit of ways out before reaching the place. Did she mention anything about that?
No, she did not. She did come back with the Martikops and their wagons, but I don't know if those wagons belonged to you or they came with a couple of wagons. I don't know if one of those was yours or you belonged to the Martikoffs.
Oh, in that case, Ileanys, would you mind sending Silas out to see if our carriage is still there?
He's already out. I did it.
Oh,
Just
yeah,
kidding.
he's
No,
okay.
I'll send
Right.
him out.
Yeah, sorry.
So
We were talking about outside of character, so I'm just making sure that
yeah,
in character.
it's going to
still
take him a while
established.
to get there. So you're not going to
Yeah.
know at any time
Yeah.
soon.
It's
We're
it's only
hoping
so
to
he's a little
do
bit
that
ahead
before
of
the
us
crossroads.
in case we get. Yeah, he's only a little bit of us just in case we get caught up here in Valaki for.
Right.
He's gonna be a couple of hours ahead.
Okay.
Yeah.
I got it. Sure.
Well, that's the case. We should probably start to get going as soon as we can. Is there anything else that we want to do in Valaki? I look towards the others. Ileanys, do you want to say hi to the Mardikovs?
Well, might as well. It's we're on the way out, anyways. I don't see how a word would hurt.
Should we perhaps ask Falcon about the current political climate before we have no idea how any of this shook out in our absence?
Go ahead. You're the one who brought it up, so you ask.
Yes.
Oh, right. Sorry. It's the time of day or night where I'm already spacing. I kind of forgot that he's still in the room. So retconning. So Falcon, before we take to the streets now, is there anything we should know about what's going on here right now? Things were pretty tense between the Burgermeister and Lady Vechta when we left.
Yes, well, it's only gotten worse. He's been ruling with a harder hand. She's got her, how should you say, her followers. They're meeting with her, growing in numbers. She was also looking forward to your return. She's been trying to recruit me and mentioned something about you and the cleric trying to save her daughter. You promising to save her daughter.
Oh, I did that at some point, didn't I?
I was hoping that she'd forgotten.
Well, her daughter has been cursed, and you are the only hopes, it seems. So she was questioning if, because you guys stayed with me, when you guys would return. I said that you had business in Kresk. I brought you in here, with Eric through the back, have him take your wagon there so nobody knew that you were in town. Thought it would be best if people didn't know that you were here. Certainly the Burgermeister will, if he finds that you're here, will want to call upon you and perhaps have you champion to his aid to try to win over the hearts and the minds of the people here in Vallaki, obviously.
Well, I would like to not get involved in that again, so I am very appreciative of our visit here remaining a secret. As for Lady Vecta and her daughter, the daughter is very much innocent, but considering her close involvement with Vasily, I feel like we would need to ask a few poignant questions first. And there's no time for that right now.
We also we don't have the means of helping her at this point, and it doesn't seem likely that we.
I haven't had the time to gather materials and learn the spell, unfortunately. Or, like, to help Jan gather materials and learn the spell, because it needs to be level 3, and I'm not level 3 cleric.
I understand.
So the political climate is pretty bad.
Well, it's gotten worse since you've left. The Burgermeister has a curfew now in the evening times to clear the streets. He's concerned that Lady Fiona's followers will cause some havoc.
Well, in that case, me and Gat should probably stay here. Ileanys, I don't think he paid much attention to you, so if you are, shall we say, discreet, you can probably visit the inn without causing too much of a ruckus.
That's fine, yes.
Ileanys, are you going to go to the inn?
Yeah, I'll walk to the inn.
Are you taking anyone with you, or are you going alone?
I mean, if anybody wants to come, they're free. I'm not hiding anything.
Kai?
I'm what you call a half-breed, so you don't care about me being here. So I could come as well.
I'm not hiding anything, he said, using a bow to pretend he wasn't casting Eldritch Blast.
Exactly.
I'm not hiding anything.
I'm on to you.
Wait, where are you going? I literally forgot, even though you just said.
Blue Water Inn. He's going to the Blue Water Inn to meet the Mardical. You might want to talk to them.
I mean, maybe get more information about what's happening in there. I don't know. This is our mission.
Druid, just saying.
I feel like we don't want people to know we're here, so.
True.
How many of us are going?
So far,
only
Ileanys and maybe you. Me and Jan are definitely staying here because we don't want to, get involved with the Burgermeister. So we're staying here. Erzan is staying because, he's a hothead. So no thank you. And he's not here. And Ervan, I don't know. It's up to Ervan, but so far it's you and Ileanys.
It's up to Kai. If Kai is not going to go, I might go just to make sure Ileanys is fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can go.
Okay.
So you're gonna
Ileanys and Ervan are going.
Okay. Hold on here. I'm just getting the scene loaded up. Let me grab somebody here. Okay. And I am going to activate it, and you guys should be able to see yourself there. I don't think there are any other characters there. No. All right.
Are you on, Ileanys?
I'm here.
Okay, yeah, let's go. I'll head to the door, like get up, go to the door and knock. I will open the door.
As you step into the inn, there's you can feel the warmth of the inn. It's definitely a lot colder the last time that you were in Valaki. Sitting at the bar, you see Yanovich, the bookkeeper, and you noticed Ernst, Lady Valkar's kind of henchman. There's a female villager sitting in a chair, and then there's also a male villager, and then Donica Martikov is behind the bar. She looks up at you, and nods. The only other person in the bar that notices you right away is Ernst.
Yep. I look at him and smile.
He looks at you, his head tilts slightly, and he's spying kind of at you in a kind of way, like, what do you guys, where have you guys been, kind of peculiar look.
Uh-huh.
Donica nods to you as you come forward. She's like pointing her head. She kind of nods over towards the door to the
Here?
the kitchen. Yes, this door up here.
Uh-huh. Okay.
Well, good evening, gentlemen. Danica.
Oh, if it isn't the gentleman that was here before that bought some books from us. You remember Yanovich, the bookkeeper.
Oh, of course. How could I forget you?
You've
been very helpful to us.
Is there any books that I could get for you?
Well, I can't really think of anything, but if you think there might be something that we might be interested in based on our previous orders, then
I will certainly keep that in mind. I knew you were interested in history out in Barovia, and I'll keep that in mind for sure. If there's anything of particular interest, let me know and I'll see what I can do. You can tell that Ernst is leaning in, overhearing this. Danica kind of shoos Yanovich away. Can I get you guys something to drink? And she's kind of nodding over towards the door.
Yes,
to the...
I know. I tug at Ileanys like, let's go.
Oh yes. I'll have a look at your special back order.
Let me check. I'll be right back. And she steps up to the door and she opens the door. And she says it in a kind of an awkward way to make sure that the Yanovich and Ernst over here. There are a couple of your belongings you left here. I placed them in the kitchen. You know, for when you came back. And she kind of opens the door and points in here. They're in a bag there, hanging on the wall. You can collect them.
Thank you.
Of course. Thank you very much. And Ileanys kind of just slides over to Yanovich and whispers to him, "You are still looking for that book on Amber Temple, correct? That we've talked about last time."
Oh yes, the Amber Temple. I will definitely look that up. I do remember that. I seem to think, yes, I might have something. I'll get back to you. I'll be checking the bookstore tomorrow. I had to close today because of the Burgermeister and the protesting in the town square.
Oh well, unfortunately, we'll be leaving by tonight. But maybe the next time we.
Yeah, by the way, Byram, I am looking at the guy. Like, from the table, I'm putting my hands on the counter, and if he's trying to look at them, like, try to hear in,
Yes.
I'm just staring at him like daggers, like, don't fucking dare.
He's trying to listen in, and he's, you know what? Roll me an intimidation check.
That will suck, because I have -1. Okay,
Hey man, you could
I don't
summon all your powers. Oh, okay.
Oh, shit!
He's kind of looks back down at his drink and he gets up. He's like, I'll be back. I have to go to the loo. And you see him just kind of walk out the front door.
Nice one. Yes. But maybe the next time we come by town, you'll have it ready then.
Absolutely. I'll make sure to to keep it in my desk for the next time you come to town.
All right. Well, then we'll see you. Cheers. And
Cheers.
I go with Erzan. Doo-doo-doo.
As soon as you step inside, Erwin Mardikov shuts the door behind you. Thank you so much
We
for getting our family here safely. Esmeralda told me that you went down there and did what you can. Fortunately, Davin's missing, and she's gone back to look for them.
unfortunately we got caught up in something within it, but we will be heading back to the winery actually tonight.
Yes.
We're gonna try to see if we can find Davin. Your is it your father?
No,
Or
he's
is-
a family member. We have a pretty extended family. Think of him as a great uncle.
Well, I'm just glad to see you and your family are safe. Hopefully, when this is all over, you guys will be able to run your winery and provide. Well,
Absolutely.
maybe I'll have a taste of your exquisite wines.
Esmeralda wanted to let you know that your belongings and your horse and wagon, she took up to Kresk, left it there with the Burgermeister before she came all the way back here with the rest of the family. She didn't want to leave it there and out there. And she said she didn't explain exactly what happened, but she said that if it wasn't for you, you probably wouldn't be able to get the children back here alive. So you have my thanks and gratitude.
Oh well, it was no problem at all. Do you know anything of Esmeralda's state when she left, other than her coming back there?
No, she's quite, how should you say, well, if you know Esmeralda like I know her, she's always in her own state. You know, she's been searching for Von Richten for quite some time and fighting off the werewolves and others have really taken her toll. It's been hard on her, and she stays here infrequently, mostly at the old tower and spending time in Kresk searching for answers. She returned to the Wizards of Wines, hoping to find answers and hoping to find Davin and maybe find you. If she comes by this way, I'll make sure to let her know that you're safe.
Well, we're hoping to catch up with her. And you said she left last night. That's what I've heard, at least.
Yes, she took a horse and rode by herself back towards Kresk, and then she said she was heading to the Wizards of Wines,
Well,
hopefully to find Davin. She
hopefully
believes that
we'll-
she was kidnapped
hopefully
by
we'll
Lord
be able.
Druids.
Hopefully we'll be able to catch up with her then. But one last thing before we leave. Have you heard anything about Rictavio? I heard he was missing for quite a couple days
No,
before we
he-
left.
He disappeared. His wagon was on fire, but I haven't heard anything from him.
That is quite troublesome. I had some query with him. Maybe we'll find him on our travels. Well then, we'll be leaving now. Thank you.
As you
Um,
step to leave,
yeah.
he says he stands aside and he says, "If you ever need anything, you can always call upon us." And he takes his right hand and he puts it up on his shoulder and he kind of like brushes his shoulder off and then holds the fist over his heart. And he goes, "Just make this sign to any raven you see. They'll know that you're friends of the Madikov family."
And I kind of try to copy it. I don't know what Ervan's doing, but
Yeah, he
Of course.
I'm listening, but I'm getting an eye out for the guy if he tries to sneak behind and try to listen in.
So
Just
Because
it's your right hand crossed over to your left shoulder. You like brush your shoulder off, and then you make a fist and you hold it over your heart, and it's the symbol that their secret symbol that you're kind of
for anyone watching,
in the club.
it's kind of like the
Well,
Survey
it's,
Corps.
well, it's sort of like you're brushing something off your shoulder, and then after you brush it off your shoulder, you hold your fist over your heart, and it's kind of their symbol.
like this.
Yeah, I mean it's like the Survey Corps for anyone that's watched it, but with the extra of brushing your
Okay,
right hand
yeah,
across your shoulder.
Okay.
Yeah.
Someone is watching out of anime,
Of course.
basically.
Of course. Well,
He says, "Remember the crows."
hope you guys do well.
He remember the crows and the ravens are your friends.
I'll give them a
Ervan
nod.
nods to that.
Okay.
Let's go.
Well, thank you for keeping our items with us. We'll be heading out now. We'll soon to be back, Danica.
Absolutely.
Saying that out loud.
No problem.
Right.
Let us know if you need rooms for you and your friends. You're always welcome to stay.
Of course.
Thank you.
Yanovich gets up. Oh, good day. Goodbye. I'll make sure to look for that book for you.
Of course. I'll wave at him and walk out. Bloop.
All right.
Enough we do.
And
And I'm keeping an eye out for the guy if he's trying to trail us like he did last time.
you guys,
Like, I am pissed at him because what he did. So yeah.
you guys arrive back to the manor through the rear entrance. No one seems to have taken notice of you from the Blue Water Inn to the Von Habsburg's manor.
Out of character, Tim, how likely is it that Yanovich, like the bookkeeper, is a Strahd spy in your mind?
That would be the biggest plot twist ever.
It's not super likely, but also not unlikely. The point there is that he has information that we need and that we can't get anywhere else, so it's worth the risk, I guess.
So,
Look, if it wasn't for him, we wouldn't have gotten the Fanes until like way later with one outfit.
Yeah.
so I'm guessing you guys are back now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Hey, welcome back. How'd it go? I hope you didn't get tailed.
No, it was fine. It's basically the same thing that we've been told. Esmeralda's ahead of us by probably half a day or so, or a full day.
Do you know
She
anything about the
actually,
carriage?
yes, she actually left it in Khyraezul with the Burgomaster.
Oh,
So
that's a bit of a detour. That makes things a bit
unfortunately,
more
yes.
complicated. Can we ask the horses to bring us to Khyraezul first before heading to the lizards?
We could.
Rescue.
I can.
Let's see.
I mean,
That
I don't know
question.
how much they'd believe if I can ask somebody to bring the carriage over. Maybe Elsa. I believe her name is.
Von Habsburg says, "Well, if you perhaps make it look like you're just getting your horses some water, some oats, and giving them a break from the long ride towards the Wizards of Wine. Obviously, Strahd knows the Wizards of Wine is not safe, and as do you, and perhaps giving the horses the break for, I don't know, a short period of time at Khyraezul might not raise too much suspicion as long as you don't stay and continue on quickly towards the Wizards of Wine."
That might be a possible cause. All right, well then, shall we head off?
Von Habsburg,
No
do you
matter
have
what's our
any-
plans, it still takes at least a couple of days to even get to the crossroads. So,
I look to Von Habsburg. Von Habsburg, do you have any contacts in Kresik that could bring out the horses up to the crossroads?
Well, yes, I saved the a girl here. She was a sister of the potion shop owner here, and I helped save her sister. She's been exiled to out of Vallaki, and she's staying there at the staying there at in shit
Yes.
Kresk. Yes, Anya's sister. She runs the Third Eye Potion. Her sister's staying there.
Is there any way that you can communicate with her faster than we can reach there by carriage?
I'm sure the Martinkovs can, as you know.
Yes. I look to Ileanys. Do you think we can ask this of them? I don't want to take the detour up to Kresik. We're very short on time. But at the same time, it's a lot of effort to go through and it might raise suspicions. So, up to you.
but we need the carriage, no?
Yes,
We need-
the idea is to maybe ask the Markovs to maybe get her to bring out the carriage towards the crossroads so that we can stop for a minute there. Three of us get out, get on the carriage, and start heading down towards Linka Pass, whilst the rest of you keep going towards the Wizards of Wine.
All
Because
right.
if we need to go back up to Kresik, then... question, Param, how much of a detour would it be to go from the crossroads up to Kresik by foot?
By foot? I
Yeah,
mean,
if we were to disembark at the crossroads and go up to Kresik.
I would say it would be a good half day from the crossroads by foot up to the city of Kresik.
And
good
what about
4 or
by
5
the
hours.
Strahd's? What about by Strahd's carriage?
Shave that down by 60%, 70%, be like an hour from the crossroads to Kresik.
If it's only an hour, I think Strahd wouldn't mind us taking a detour just to feed the horses there and stuff like that.
Assuming they will
So
eat.
we can take that detour the way Von Habsburg said. I don't think I trust him, and I don't think it's going to cause us problems.
Yeah. As long as you make it look like you're just stopping to water the horses, make sure they're taken care of, given a break.
Yeah.
When Rahadin normally stops at Vallaki and Kresik quite frequently, when he's with the carriage, giving the horses some time to rest.
Well, we can probably make that happen and not make it look too bad. Well, if that's the case, I think we'll just do that. The other plan is way, way too convoluted and way too many moving pieces. So I think we'll just go for the simple 2-hour detour, 1 hour to get up to Kresik, maybe like half an hour rest, and then an hour to get back to the crossroads.
Okay.
Is everyone okay with that, or does someone have any other ideas?
I'm fine with that.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
Seems okay.
All right. Well, I'll have Eric take you to your horses around the back. The carriage is in the stockyard. You can leave. I'll have Eric ride out the gate. As soon as he rides out, he'll jump off and come back in. I'll also make sure that he's put some rations in the carriage for you, so you'll have some extra rations just in case.
Thank you.
Anya's sister
Much
in Kresik is an ally. She owes me a lot. I saved her life. So if there's somebody in Kresik that you need to trust, or you need help to escape, or anything, just tell her that I sent you.
Thank you. We've already met her and conversed with her. She's a very nice person.
All right. And so I assume you guys are leaving?
Yes.
Okay. So you leave out the back of the manor. Von Habsburg walks to the back of manor and looks at you just as you're leaving. He said, he says to you, "You are our last hope."
Oof. Fiannos understandably nods, but you can see that he's kind of burdened by those words.
Well, I think the conversation weighed heavy on you when he obviously two things. Number one, his concern of Laga's gaining more power, some mysterious stuff going on at the lone tower up at Salinka Pass, and then his being distraught when he found out Vasily was really Strahd in disguise. So I think there's a little bit of despair that has kind of set in a little bit.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, as we're leaving outside, Fiannos would like to obviously put like the fur clothes on, and also put the hood up so that any kind of symbols of the dragon or anything along those lines is completely hidden.
Okay. Okay, you.
And I'm assuming Tim is doing the same.
Yeah, honestly, I think at least in my mind, the black wolf pelt already takes care of most of that anyway, because it was a giant fucking wolf.
Yeah, the dire wolf pelt.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
As Eric leads you out through the back, you cross over the stockyard, and the horses are refreshed. You can tell they're ready to go. Eric points under the seats in the carriage, and you can see there's a couple of bags there. There's some apples. It looks to be some biscuits and some other extra foods there. And he points to them. He closes the curtain, shuts the doors, and you can hear him climbing up onto the carriage. And you can hear the whips slashing. Yeah, yeah, and you can hear the carriage taking off. And you are now traveling. He jumps off the carriage after you leave the gate, and you are now traveling towards Khyraezul on the road. Just making sure I've got the right soundtrack going there for you guys.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you're now in Strahd's carriage.
Traveling towards Khyraezul.
Traveling towards Khyraezul. Your curtains are closed, by the way.
Do we want to have them remain closed?
Why not?
We might miss Esmeralda on the way.
Oh, fair enough.
I think we should open them just to know what's going on outside.
I mean, I have Silas up in the air ahead of us, so he would see if Esmeralda is there.
Oh yeah,
He's
now
invisible.
that we know where the carriage is, have him actually search for Esmeralda and where she is, try to locate along the road.
If you could I'm just going to ask you to go to the Barovia map for a second.
Mm-hmm.
The fast route is the solid line route. That way is the faster route to Khyraezul. It's more of a road, obviously not a trail as much. Which way did you direct Silas to go? Or is Silas is flying as the crow flies?
Yeah.
Okay.
As the crow flies, he's flying there the straightest direction. But how long would he have gone to? I'm assuming he would have gone to here before I heard that the carriage was changed, right?
Yeah, he's probably here. About 2 to 3 hexes in front of you.
Yeah. So Do you want Silas to go off the beaten path to actually look for Esmeralda, see if she's back in the tower, or what?
I would say have him go up. We're going to be heading down. If we pass her using our carriage, we'll know.
Yeah.
So just send him up for now, and we'll deal with it from there.
Okay, so Silas
we
is
just
gonna
need to have our
go
curtains
up.
open for that.
Hold on.
Up here.
It's also kind of
Into Brezek.
unfortunate that
There you go.
Erzan isn't here, so he might have had business at the Vistani camp, which we really can't make sense of.
Can you see Silas on there? I put him on there for you.
Yeah, I can see him. So this is gonna be his path, mostly, because he's gonna go head to Brezek, so we can tell them to meet us.
Okay.
Yep.
So, okay. And
You.
so you guys are riding there. Are your curtains closed? I'm wondering.
No, they're open now because we want to keep a lookout for Esmeralda if she's on the main road.
As you're riding through on the carriage, to the north side is the very dense, tall pines. The elevation here is a little lower than the northern path that you had taken to the Wizard's Tower. You're kind of riding along a slight, it's not a cliffs per se, but it kind of slopes down to a valley to your south and rises to your north with the trees to your north. As you look down to the, you know what? It's kind of silly, but let me do this here. Well, tell me who's sitting on the two players sitting on the south side of the carriage versus the north side. Who's sitting in the middle?
I don't know, probably Fiannos because he's small and he can't
Okay.
exactly look out well anyway.
So, you know what? I'm going to have Kai and Herjann roll a d20 die. Perception. Roll a perception.
Let me actually have to go on my character sheet to do that, I guess. There's no token HUD.
Kai notices down in the valley, just above the fog, he sees a slight tower. He can't really make out on what's on top of it, but there's like looks like kind of giant sculptures of a bird or perhaps something like that rising from the mists down in the valley over here. You suspect there that it's probably Argynvost, and you nudge Herjann there and point out the window, and you can see rising just above the fog this kind of tower with these giant, you can see at least two giant looking sculptures on the top of this tower down here.
Okay.
I look at it for a while and then turn to Fiannos and say we really can't put this off for much longer to go there.
And I nod to him.
You come to
I don't want to say anything now.
when
but,
you
no.
come to the crossroads, the carriage comes, these crossroads right here on the map, the carriage comes to a shuddering stop, and you hear the horses neighing all of a sudden.
Okay.
I have a feeling I know where this is headed.
No. Can I look to Kai? Kai, you're good with animals. Can you get them too?
You guys are inside the carriage. You can't see in front of you. Something has stopped the horses. They're neighing. They've come to a complete stop.
Yeah, Kai would like poke his head out to see if you can see anything.
Kai, roll a perception check for me.
Hey!
Throughout the dense fog, just in front of the horses, you see a horse significantly larger than the two horses in your carriage. On the horse is it looks like a figure of the knight, and you've seen this knight several times before. He's holding a long lance with a tattered flag. You can't identify the symbol. It's kind of flopping in the fog, and he's just standing there in front of the horses on his mount.
Yeah, guys, it looks like this knight that wants us to go to Argynvost again.
As he hears that, Fiannos looks at Jan and immediately tries to get out of the carriage as quickly as possible to walk towards the knight.
Yeah.
Okay.
Simultaneously, Herjann is doing the same thing, really.
Let me
Great minds think alike.
let me get this here. Hold on.
I'm currently concentrating on Silas, so what's happening? I'm blind and deaf.
Yeah.
You're doing the whole, like, what's his face from Game of Thrones?
Let me just
That
do
is
this. Just do this for you. So who is in who stepped out of the carriage?
Me and
Fiannos
Jan.
And me. And I don't know if Kai got all the way out.
No, he just looked out.
No, I just.
Okay.
No.
Yeah.
And
He's a lazy boy.
let me just get the other. Where is he? There he is. And I'm just going to. I'm gonna bring the. I'm gonna bring the group token in here too, so I can just pull you guys all there. There you guys go. Can you guys see it?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, I, slow down a bit, letting Jan take the lead of this one. He's the paladin, so
Yeah.
he's the main.
I'm assuming this knight, I guess, is standing there mostly motionless and hasn't made any attempt to communicate with us.
He's standing on his horse and he has not moved. He is holding this long, kind of looking like a spear lance. It's got a tattered flag above his head and it's kind of blowing in the wind. In the past, he's pointed that in a direction which you believe is to Argynvost, and he's just standing there looking dead ahead as the mist is kind of creeping around this horse and around his armor.
And I'm sure that this is the exact same knight that we've encountered 2 times now.
Absolutely the exact same knight you saw at the crossroads and the one that you saw at the wizard's tower.
Okay, well, in that case, I look at him, try to make eye contact. I don't know if there's actually eyes that I can fixate on.
Good enough.
But I make an attempt at least, and I say, "We have heard your call, but it is not yet time."
The horse is kind of stepping side to side. It seems to be agitated. He doesn't say anything. He doesn't move. The horse is just there in the path.
Is that actually? Does it look like an attempt to actually block our path, or is it just that he happened to stand in the middle of the path because he was riding there and then saw us?
You can't discern that.
Okay. Yeah, that's what we call a stalemate. And does he at least seem like he's paying any attention to what I just said?
Roll perception. You don't know if he has or not. He he didn't make any physical reactions or noise when you said something. He obviously, you know that he obviously can tell that you're standing in front of him.
All right. Well, this is great. I like talking to. This is out of character. I like talking to the undead. They're always so chatty. Okay. Well, we've basically told. All right. One more go, I guess. Can you tell us what you want from us? Other than, yeah.
He lowers the lance with the flag on it, and he points it to the crossroad, the road that was leading down to the valley towards Argynvost.
Okay, so you want us to go to Argynvost. That's understood. Like I said, we fully intend to go there, but we have other very urgent matters to attend to before we can come to Argynvost.
He just holds the lance towards Argynvost.
At this point, Herjann grows a bit frustrated and looks over to Fiannos. Says, "You're the diplomatic one. Any ideas?"
I sigh and I carefully try to move closer to him, just to be out of range of the carriage.
Okay.
So out of hearing range of the Strahd's carriage. So I try to approach.
You can move your character forward.
Okay. I stand here and I lower my voice.
Okay.
And I say to him, "We are going to get the skull, and then we will go to Argynvost." And I see his reaction.
As soon as you mention the skull, he steps the horse sideways, raises his lance, and he kind of sidesteps the horse, obviously to show that he's going to let you pass.
I look at Jan. See? Easy.
It's like out of character. I'm rolling my eyes in real life because sharing information never even occurred to me. It hadn't crossed my mind.
Hey, that's what diplomacy is. It's tit and tat. You give them something, they give you something.
No, Herjann has to take something and never
Get anything in return.
I was just waiting for Herjann goes, "Okay, I cast Might."
Yeah, fuck this.
Anyway, with that, we head back to the carriage.
As you're heading back to the carriage, Erzan pulls out his rapier cane, charges forth. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just joking.
If he did that, I was about to guiding Holt to space. I was ready.
We've been playing for so long, we're actually overdue a
Yes.
hot Erzan take. It just
Okay. Are you guys getting back in the carriage then, I assume, right?
yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Getting back in the carriage and telling it to keep going to Khyraezul.
Okay. So you guys are back in the carriage, and
I'm assuming Silas hasn't seen anything.
oh yeah, I forgot
Since
to
you didn't say it.
hold on, let me do my rolls here. I've been rolling here quite a bit. Did I do that roll? Yes.
You just
No.
did a roll.
Yep. Oh, no. Silas. Oh, wait a second. Silas. When it's at the tower, Silas notices that there was a what do you call it? Like a campfire, but it's been put out and it's kind of smoldering by just outside the tower. So somebody was camping there recently, but there's no current signs of life.
I tell
Scour
this
the area.
to the party. It seems there was someone by the tower not too long ago, maybe a couple hours. Am I right? Like, if it's still smoldering, it's only been like a couple hours.
You would
couple
say,
hours.
yeah, you would say within 2 to 4 hours, 4 hours max. The coals or aren't hot anymore and it's kind of smoldering.
It could be Esmeralda, but it could also be someone else. But
Well, if that's the
still
case,
go
then she's not that far ahead of us, and you probably will be able to catch up with her near the Wizards of Wine before she gets herself into too much trouble.
And you guys are going to Kresk, correct?
Kresk. Yes.
Okay.
We're currently going to Kresk.
Okay. And let's get that loaded. And is Silas going to join you at Kresk?
Since we are going to Kresk, instead of having Silas speak with Elia, Silas is gonna diverge and head to the Wizard of the Wines.
Okay.
Now,
So Silas is going to head towards.
receiving.
Silas is heading towards Wizards of Wine. You guys are heading towards the gates of Kresk.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
I'm just going to, you know what? Yeah. Here we go. I'll do this one instead. Just going to do the one map and then do the other one here. Oh, I still got some.
One way.
Here we go. Let me just get this loaded up. I think I got everybody on the map this time. Last time I was missing somebody. Who am I missing?
No one important.
Oh,
Probably.
it's ironically that you mentioned that because it was you. There we go.
My point still stands.
No one important.
Irony bites again.
So you come up to the gates of Kresik, and you're there. I'm gonna just take Silas off the screen. Is everybody on there okay?
Silas,
Or
you're
do I
not
have...
here, Silas.
Go away, Silas.
Okay. So you're at the gates. One of the guards up the gates yells down, "Who goes out?" Oh, sorry, Fiannos. There's two of you on the screen. I'm sorry. Let me get rid of the other one.
Now there's too many of me.
Yes. There you go.
Could there
I'm
be
multiplying.
too much of a good thing heard or heard?
Who goes there?
Well, we still don't have
I'm
a
looking at-
group name.
Why
We
can't
are
I
the
make it sound quieter? Yeah, I'm just turning it off. Okay.
We are the
Oh,
dum-dums.
I look to see if anyone in the party shouts back.
Well,
Strahd Crusade.
I don't hear anybody.
I'm concentrating. I'm leaving it up to you guys.
Okay.
I'm just.
I'm not a shouty guy, so good luck.
I look at Tim. Do you want to do the shouting or should I?
I got nothing. I don't have a catchy name. I'm fixated on that. I'm sorry.
Does the cat
Just say it's the
tongue? Have you been cursed without a mouth? Who goes there?
Well, we're this merry band of travelers. I don't think you've ever heard of us.
I look towards Jan with disapproval. We came to Khyraezul earlier this week. After we dispatched a werewolf with Esmeralda. We would like to meet with the Burgermeister. He should have a carriage that belongs to us.
The Burgermeister? Does he know you?
Yes, he should. He has a carriage that belongs to us.
I don't believe you. What's the Burgermeister's name?
Oh, this
Did he
guy's
give us a name?
contract.
Out of character, did he give us a name ever?
Yes, he did. It's Dmitry Kryzkov.
Are you correct in that?
It's-
I'll let you shout that.
It's Dmitry Kryzkov. That's your Burgermeister.
You see the two guards standing up there. They talk among each other. Wait there! Wait there! A few minutes later, you see Dimitri at the wall over there on the left-hand side. What do you want?
We're here to pick up our.
We would like some rest for these horses, and we would also like to collect our other carriage that Esmeralda left with you.
Did you bring anything to help my son?
We haven't had a chance yet, no, sadly.
I give you hospitality. Let you come and go. Even cover you. But my son is ill. What have you for me?
I'm sorry, it's only been like a day or two. We haven't had time to find. You've been searching for years, no? You can't expect us to have a solution for you in just one day. Give us more time.
Ileanys, roll persuasion.
Like, what the fuck is this? We've
I
gone
don't
for
know
like
what the
a day?
yeah.
And he suddenly expects results out of nowhere, bitch. Like, I'm gonna sick Jan on you, and he's gonna smite you to hell and back.
You're not saying that in character, are you?
No, I'm
Okay.
not saying that in character, but holy shit, do I want to? Just intimidating.
Dimitri yells out, "Open the gates!" The gates open, and
Thank you.
he comes down and meets you guys at the gates.
Out of character, what did we need for his son's help? Because we went up to the Abbey to ask about that, but we didn't get
The
anywhere
Abbey
with
told
that.
you that he could resurrect anybody. He would give you the gift of resurrection to resurrect anybody you wanted to if you could give him the potion.
Yeah, but what was the Burgermeister's son problem? Did he die,
Burgermeister's
or-
son is catatonic, as if dead, but you never went to look at his son. You spoke to him, but you never inspected the son, other than the fact that you know that he's catatonic and probably dead. And
He wants us to.
And
can
you said
kill
you
his
could
son.
save his son.
Okay, was there a limit to how many times the abbot would perform?
He was going to give you three.
3.
Yeah.
Honestly, I don't really care about that dude enough to waste one of those on him.
I mean, here's the thing. Could we even? We said we would do some. We said we would see what we could do, but I never remember promising that we had a proper solution in mind.
Okay.
If his son is one of the guys without a soul, then like what can we do? Even the resurrection won't help.
Okay, first of all, guys, this is a talk for later.
Mhm.
Okay, and not now.
Okay, yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, because I don't
We're
think
on a schedule now.
Yeah, we're on a schedule first, and second, I think this is a decision. Like we should talk right now.
Yeah, so
I think we should
he's at the front gate as you're coming in. Dimitri's there.
Mm-hmm.
And he says to you, Esmeralda left a card here that belongs to you. But how am I to know that you'll come back?
Well, we have matters with the Abbey over there as well, and we particularly like Dargovich's inn over there, and well, Elia, we have some things that we need to take care of once that we're running for her. So yes, we will be back at your village here.
How can I be sure? So many people and adventures come and go, promising, delivering nothing. We keep our gates locked and don't let strangers in here. But Esmeralda spoke well of you. You promised to see my son. You haven't even visited my son. You've left. You've come to grab your own belongings, to leave again.
Well, you really can't be
Well,
sure, but
part
we
of the
have
reason.
left once, and we are back.
Well,
So,
You're back to collect your belongings, not back to save my son.
Well, first of all, if we were to help your son, we need the abbot's support, and to do that, he has asked us for a task, and we can't, we need to complete that task to be in his good grace and to have him help us. And we kind of need to leave to go do that, so
I need you to
are you able
roll.
to?
I need you to roll persuasion. He's skeptical.
Okay.
He's very skeptical. You guys left, didn't see his son.
Hey.
He's shaking his head. I've been promised
I-
many things by many adventurers. We've given him lodging, what food barely that we had. We're constantly struggling against werewolves, dire wolves, Lord Strahd. We have nothing more to give. I've lost every one of my sons and daughters, with only one son left. Now you come to collect your things and take off. How am I to trust you?
Well, like you said, we are here on an errand for the abbot to help your son specifically. We think it might be a way to help your son. And seeing as you're the burgomaster here, I don't see how you would be able to do that errand for him, will you? So we need our stuff to finish that errand, and if you want us to have a chance at helping your son, then I mean that's all you can go off.
What assurances do I have?
Really none, but our word that we will be back.
and the
I can't
fact
give
that we
you
have multiple points of business, as my friend here has stated. We have multiple things that we need to take care of in the city, so in the town. So we will be back. It's just
You sound like one of those typical Velakis. A lot of hair, a lot of hot air, a lot of excuses, no action. You've given me no assurances. You come here for your belongings, left without word. Now you leave again, promising to return. How am I to believe that?
Well, it's better than just sitting around and doing nothing, isn't it? So I believe action is best. So you will see if we are back, if just based on our actions. I can't really promise you any word because, just breaking that promise. I mean, we will be back.
Let me ask you.
I can
Let me ask
tell you
you.
that.
Let me ask you a question, Ileanys. This is out of character. Obviously, in your opinion, my opinion, just out of character, are you deceiving him? Are you guys planning to come back and save your son? Or are you just telling him shit so you guys can get out of there because you guys have an entirely different plan than saving this guy's son?
Oh, I'm telling the truth of that. We will come back.
yes,
I'm
we
just
will
not.
come back to the city.
We'll come back to the city. It's just a matter
more
of
of a matter
when.
of when. It's obviously
Yes.
it's not a priority. I mean, the guy doesn't have to be told that his son
No, I'm
is
just
literally, like,
wondering
at the bottom
is
of
I
a
mean
long list, but
the only reason I ask as a DM is you guys are planning to go to Berez, Argynvost, Salinka Pass, but none of those discussions were about coming here to save his son or working with the abbot. So I'm wondering if what you're trying to do is deceive him, which I'm going to ask you to roll for deception, or are you being honest, letting me know as a DM that you're being honest, so I won't have you roll deception.
We are
Oh,
being honest in the sense that we will be coming back here, and Fiannos does plan to save the son. I kind of forgot about it, but Fiannos wouldn't really. So yeah, there is, now that I got the reminder as well, I will take specific note of it, and we are planning to come back here to save the son. Specifically, I have Wizards of Wine, red wine. So
yes, Ileanys hasn't said a lie.
yeah,
In
we
any of
haven't
the
said lies.
conversation that I've said.
Yeah,
So
we haven't
no,
said
I'm
lies.
not. As for deception versus persuasion, doesn't really matter. But yes, he's not trying to deceive him. We will be back here.
Yeah.
We have
Okay.
other business here. Anyways.
No, that's fair.
Yeah.
I just wanted to make sure because I wanted to, if you're just saying this, then I just want to make sure I'm having you roll correctly.
Yeah, and how I phrased it was that our errands we might be able to find a way to help his son. Not that.
He turns to these two guards and he nods. The two guards return. One of them is holding the bridle of your horse and it's pulling your wagon, and he hands the bridle to Ileanys. And Dimitri looks at Fiannos. You're mad at the cloth. Please, he's my only son. You must understand these are dark times for us. I'm placing my faith and trust in you.
I nod to him.
Okay, you guys are free to go. You guys have your carriage now to head south. So you guys are now remember, now you have your carriage, and right outside is Strahd's carriage. Do you want to do anything here for the horses or Strahd's carriage or anything, or?
Yes, I would like to.
Well, we're gonna have to water the horse now.
Yeah. I would like to find a bucket and give some water to the horses in Strahd's carriage.
Dimitri nods, and there's an area kind of just inside the gates that's got a horse trough and stuff like that. He nods to the guards to bring some hay and a bucket of grain and pours it in there, and you can see both of the horses from Strahd's horses are now lapping up the water, and in fact, one of the guards had to take his hand axe and crack the ice on top of the trough because it's frozen over so the horses could drink, and now they're eating grain and hay. So you have your horse and wagon, and then you have Strahd's carriage there, and Dimitri has kind of gone back to his left, and the guards are just there at this point now. So what would you like to do? You've got two carriages. The horses are being taken care of. You're there at the gates of Kresk.
Okay. The only thing that we were missing for the love potion is the expensive wine from the Wizard of
The
Wine,
red
right?
wine, yes. The
Yes.
red dragon
I do
wine.
have 2 bottles on me, but I don't think this is the time to go see her about that and see the abbot about that. We don't have the time. So, yeah. I'm just gonna keep those on me, and
Why don't we drop it off her place?
Yeah. What's that?
Drop it off her place, and then she can get to work while we're out.
Yeah. That's a good point. Whilst the horses are being fed, Fiannos will go towards her shop, the general store where she's usually at.
Okay. You arrive at the general store and you see Elia there at the general store. She comes down the stairs. Hello. You're back. Did you get what I need?
I show her the bottle of red wine, one of the 2 that I have on me.
Oh. Where did you get this? We haven't seen this in quite some time. You didn't go to the Wizards of Wine, did you?
We did. And we're going back here. Long story, no time to explain now. Could you get started on that potion? We have to leave, but we should be back within a few days, maybe a week, and then we can... hopefully the love potion, it doesn't have a limited potency, does it?
No, this is enough wine to make it quite potent, I assure you. I'll work on it
Well-
right away.
Well, we should be back within a few days to maybe a week at most, hopefully. So we'll be back here then, and yeah.
Absolutely. By the way, were you able to get the belongings to my sister in Vlaki?
Did we leave them with the Martikovs, the belongings?
Okay, the reason I was thinking about it earlier, but I was thinking the belongings weren't with us. It was in the cart. So
Yeah, the belongings were in the cart. Yeah. Unfortunately, no. We had to leave our cart halfway, and then Esmeralda brought it back here. So, yeah, that's a bit of a problem. I'm really sorry.
Please make sure she gets it. I owe Falcon von Habsburg and my sister my life. He saved my life. I was going to be burned by the Baron there for being a witch, but he convinced the Baron to banish me from Vlaki. Luckily, Korga here, the shopkeepers, allowed me to stay here, and I do some work around the shop and make a few small potions here in the shop for him to sell. But my sister requires the water, the spring water from the spring. Please make sure she gets it. And in exchange, I will make you this love potion.
That sounds like a fair deal.
All right. So, just breaking out of this, is there anything else you guys gonna do in Kresk?
yeah, I mean, we have time to go up into the abbey, so no,
No, we don't. Did you say we do or we don't?
we don't.
Okay, cool. Yeah.
So, what I want to know is the DM. Are you guys going to split up now from here? You have 2 wagons.
Basically, yes.
Okay.
We're gonna split up from here, where we're gonna have the main party go off in the
Let's just
kind of.
let's just jump over to the map of Barovia.
Mhm.
We're getting to we're almost getting to 10 o'clock at this point. So what I want to do for the next session is we'll begin the next session when you guys are leaving Kresk, but you guys are now going to be split into 2 parties. One is going to be in Strahd's carriage heading down this route here to the Wizards of Wine. And then the other party is going to be in your carriage heading down this route to the mouth of the stairs up to the Salinka Pass. And if I understand correctly, it's the Amaker Bloodhunters along with Fiannos going to Salinka Pass, and the other 3 players are going to the Wizards of Wines. Right?
This is how we die.
Yes,
And
this is how we die.
I believe Silas should be right about here since he started here and we went into Khyraezul. So
Okay.
I don't know anything.
Yeah, I will give you this. Is Silas gets to the outside edge of the Wizards of Wines and he does not see anything. He's come across the old camp that you found the Martikov family at. But he doesn't see any tree blights or anything at this point. There's no signs of anything at this point.
And no Esmeralda, right?
No, nothing like that.
Okay. Yeah, good to know. All right, that's
So, let me ask you a question. This was a pretty heavy role playing just in the den with Falcon von Habsburg. Did you guys have was it a good session for you? Did you guys enjoy it?
Yep.
Hell yeah.
No, it was a good session to kind of figure things out after the chaos that was Ravenloft.
I may have
percolate some ideas and come up with a plan what we want to do.
I may have enjoyed
Even though it's a terrible plan, and I'm willing to admit that it's a terrible plan, but it's our only plan that, gets everything that we need to done.
Yeah, if we pull it off, we have an advantage. That's the thing.
I mean, I'm not as sold on the importance of werewolves as you are, Oleg, but at the same time,
It's more so as
Let me
not
put it
having
this
them
way.
as enemies.
Exactly.
It's more so as
Exactly.
not.
It's not about having them as allies, which would be nice. It's about not having them as enemies. That's the main thing, because
Because
we
I'd
don't
rather
want
not
Strahd
face
to be
Strahd.
reinforced by a bunch of werewolves.
Hmm.
That's the last thing we need.
the thing is, like, the way I see it, he doesn't need werewolves to push our shit in, so
Yes, but we
it,
don't
it
need
is
werewolves.
it is a high risk, high reward kind of scenario where if we can actually
Pull
get
it off.
them, then it'll be worth it. And shit looks so bleak that at least Herjann can justify it to himself to attempt this desperate
Yes.
measure, I guess.
So I just wanted to run some questions by you, as players. I've been putting a lot of these books together. Do you find the books helpful, or do you think it adds just too much complexity? Or
No, they're
No, they're great.
definitely helpful. It's just sometimes it takes quite a bit of effort to not just skim through them, but actually dig out the important parts.
Yeah.
So it can sometimes take a while to do so.
and
Yeah,
Because
that's why
it's one thing to just
for
read through
some
it, but it's
books,
another thing to remember it.
um, Ileanys, you were saying something earlier about this session.
Oh no, I may have enjoyed it a little too much. Van Hapsmark's reaction when we told him Vasily was.
Yeah, that was a
Yeah,
good reaction.
He probably reacted. He probably reacted as badly, if not worse, than Erzan.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Erzan reacted more badly.
How you roleplayed it, I can feel the hurt.
Yeah, I mean,
that was
here's a guy that is lost his mother and his brother, who is trying to put the pieces together. He can't leave Barovia. He's stuck in the mist, and trying to restore his family honor, but doesn't have anyone he can trust.
Yeah.
And the person that he befriends in Vallaki, he just finds out is Strahd. And he's probably playing through his head, every conversation he's had. Strahd was probably befriending him to find out if he was as arrogant and foolhardy as his older brother.
Yep.
Byram?
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna. Sorry, I will excuse myself early because I need to do something.
Oh, no problem. No problem.
Okay. Sorry.
No problem. So did you? It was probably the longest role playing in one scene that we've had. I mean, that was
Yeah, that's
2 hours
That's a
there.
lot.
Was that too much, or was it okay? Or
No, I loved it
was
because
good
we
in
were
this case.
Yeah,
Because we had a lot of things to think about and
we
talk
were
about.
planning.
So,
Yeah, we were planning.
yes.
So yeah.
We tried to.
Yeah,
And thank God that he mentioned that putting the carriage there might anger Strahd, because oof, that would have been an oof.
yeah, I put these side stories on purpose together to demonstrate Strahd's behavior in similar situations, to kind of give you some ways to formulate some plans. But I wanted to leave. I wanted to leave enough sandbox elements. I mean, technically, you've been to a lot of locations. You've got a lot of threads.
Yes.
And which thread?
Too many, basically.
Which threads are you going to tie together to succeed in whatever you do? One of the things I don't think, and maybe it's my fault, one of the things I don't think has totally resonated with you is you guys are just as stuck as everybody else in Barovia. You guys won't be able to leave because of the mists.
Not a problem for Fiannos. He isn't trying to leave. He's trying to fix this whole mess.
Right, but what I'm saying is well, I mean, you're trying to fix it, and I think even Falcon von Habsburg and Esmeralda are trying to fix it as well. They're stuck here too. So, here's other people in your similar situation, but I think because you're so new here,
Hasn't sunk in
it
yet.
hasn't
Maybe.
sunken in yet. I mean, I'm imagining when I read Curse of Strahd and thinking about is there's got to be at some point in these people's lives that have been here long enough to say, fuck it, I'm not going to be taking this guy down. I might as well just try to leave, right? Seek a better life somewhere. But realizing that your option is either to accept the current state of affairs, which technically the people in Kresk and Vallaki and even in the village of Barovia have, because there's literally nowhere to go. I mean, you're stuck in this place.
Yeah, I mean, we don't, at least Herjann doesn't feel like he has to accept the state of affairs. He can make whatever change he can actually affect and
Same with
effect.
Fiannos here.
Well,
He's
I,
like,
He's just
obviously, it took the only reason he hasn't said that to his companions yet is because he believes that Strahd is still listening, but it took every bit of restraint in his body not to just smite the fucker, the smug motherfucker standing in front of him, because he knew it would have been just suicide and wouldn't have gotten the job done that he wanted to do. And that's why he's biding his time and trying to do whatever he can, not waste his life, basically, and try to get out of it what he can. Yeah, and I'm a bit worried that we're trying to do too much with this whole splitting up and doing all the things because, yeah.
well,
I just realized when we met.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Fun.
Oleg?
I just realized when we met the Mardukov kids, we should have given them the supplies for Vallaki, like to give to Anya.
One of the things that
kind of forgot about that.
two of the things I want to impress upon the party, and I think, and I haven't done a good enough job, so maybe as a reminder at the beginning, setting expectations, and I try to do that, especially in Vallaki, is that Fiannos and Ervan are highly, highly respected from the Order of the Dragon. I mean, their emblem was well known by the Burgermeister. So the kind of respect that you guys can receive, and it was one of the things I was kind of thinking about with the Burgermeister of Kresk, is, he's asking you to give for to have faith in that you're going to return. And I was really wanting you to go, I'm a cleric, maybe even give him a prayer, kneel in front of him and pray with him. You guys are from the most well-known, most powerful religious order of the land, who hasn't been seen in Barovia in probably a century. Using that.
Here's the thing.
I get that, but it's a mentality problem for Herjann because he doesn't.
Well, you're a paladin knight, so you're more of a knight, but. And I tried to demonstrate that through the Burgermeister of Vallaki, who recognized who you were and was like going to parade you around like you've come to bless the town and you're on his side.
And here's the thing. After the whole encounter with the Burgermeister, because I was thinking of that and I was like, no, I remember what happened in Vallaki. I don't want a repeat of that. I'm not going to throw the weight and the word of the order around anymore unless I absolutely have to.
Well,
because
you were
threw it around a bit recklessly in Vallaki.
You were in a kind of a situation there with Khyraezul where they might not let you go, right? You got to win.
If it came to that, I would have thrown that weight around. I was even willing to leave the silver statue with him. Like the thing that I was considering, like, hey, you want some kind of guarantee? Here's the silver statue that is really important to me and the Order of the Dragon. I am leaving it here until I come back with more news about the how to heal your son or any possible methods to heal your son. That's what I was going to do if he kept pushing.
The other thing I wanted to do in this campaign was leave a lot of small, unimportant threads, but threads that were used in which you could use them to your benefit as an ally. So for instance, maybe trying to heal somebody, and even if it wasn't somebody you necessarily would like or whatever, you might be able to win favor for something else, whether it's information or something like that. So you've you've left some breadcrumbs with obviously the Burgermeister of Kresk, Lady Valker, the abbot. Instead of just in the typical kind of D&D fashion of doing the quest, getting the reward, is what can I using it not almost like it's leverage, especially in maybe Curse of Strahd is blocked me. It's like, hey, look, I'm going to do this for you, but I need something in return. Or maybe later coming back to like the Mardukov or somebody else and saying, hey, I need help or I need a favor. And I think that's such an important kind of foundation of Ravenloft is finding people that are going to help you in whatever quest that you take, and not kind of rely so much on your own.
I think that's a great approach, but the thing is, you're also doing a very good job of keeping us on our back foot, basically, and running between a lot of different fires that are all,
burning
exactly.
Well,
so we can't ever sure, it'd be nice to take the time to help that the Kresig, the Burgomaster of Kresig's son. But there's basically, and I'm not saying this is a mistake that you're making. I think it's a very believable scenario that there's always a bigger matter, and it's just that we, from our character's perspective, have bigger fish to fry. And
absolutely,
I think that's good. That's great for the world because we have to make tough decisions. But I think that's why we end up not kind of leveraging the kind of
right. No, absolutely. I just wanted to remind you that those existed. And one of the things that I spent a lot of time thinking about and building this campaign is I wanted to put those Kobayashi Maru stealing from Star Trek lore moments in front of you where you're like, fuck, there's no good decision. Like, I'm going to have to pick one, and I'm not going to be happy with picking either one of these decisions. Putting yourself in a situation where you're not, and I was trying to do that with when Strahd was asking the question, both one question to Erzan, but also a question to Fiannos is, are you willing to
save everyone?
Yeah, you're going to try to save everyone. Are you willing to risk the few for the many, or which is completely interesting because it's completely opposite of Erzan's mentality. Is he willing to make the ultimate personal sacrifice for the many, whereas Fiannos is trying to rescue so many people because of his cleric nature in Order of the Dragon? Is he willing to maybe not help a few in order to make a few sacrifices in order to make a bigger, make a bigger decision? So
with Jan around, yes, because Jan will basically push that and need when push comes to shove, but he's not exactly going to be happy about it.
Yeah, it's one of the things that I really like about this campaign is it's got so many shades of gray and a lot of these, I would say difficult choices. It's just not about winning a combat. It's about saying, well, shit, what am I going to do? And I didn't know. I had no idea. I was like, this is going to be that sit down and really think. We've kind of, started pulling on a bunch of strings, and I was really glad that this is the session I was the most nervous about in all 20 sessions, because when you were going to meet with von Habsburg, especially discovering some of his background in the books that I put together, I had no idea what or how you were going to move forward. I mean, you have so many things you could do, and I'm thinking, what are they going to do, and also how are not only the minor NPCs but the major antagonists. You have a new antagonist that I think you're learning more and more about, which is Baba Lysaga, which is becoming more and more prevalent antagonist in the story. And how are you going to deal, how are they going to react, and where are you going to go, and what are you going to do is, for me, is really exciting, because now I have to manage the scripts and manage the destinations based a lot on the decisions that you guys are making. So
Yeah, we're not really doing you any favors by splitting up.
no,
Yeah.
no, and
I was really hesitant about that decision simply because of
I
the
have
headache that it will be for you.
Yeah.
you know what, I'm going to be honest with you. I don't mind headaches as long as it's fulfilling kind of the narrative and pushing the story apart forward. And
We
if you
needed
think,
to do it here.
if you guys think, this is what you guys would do, then you should certainly do it. And
Yeah.
what's going to be fun, which I think is going to be fun, it's going to be, as Oleg said, a headache, but what will be really fun is this is going to be really the first time that I'm going to be running
Parties not together.
one session, but it's going to be and I'll have to put some player notes in there, but it's going to be maybe anywhere from 5 to 10 minutes with one group, 5 to 10 minutes with another group, and you guys are going to be in completely separate channels. In fact, I might even ask, I don't know if Harrison's still watching, maybe even Harrison to come in, and if he can, and play tag team with me. So if you have questions or whatever,
That would be interesting. That would be, if there's any time to have two DMs, it's
Yeah.
when the party is going to be split for a session, maybe even 2 sessions.
Well, Harrison was watching earlier, so and making some jokes. So
Jan, do you remember what we needed to get the curse spell? I remember the abbot said something, but I can't for the life of me remember. And I don't have an easy way to check my notes because laptop.
The curse? Do you mean remove curse?
The remove curse spell. We needed something. I think it was like a flower or a special flower or something.
Yeah,
Oh,
you
so-
learned how to pick that at that's that was at the what was it called, the lake just outside of Valaki. You went there to pick the flower. I forget.
No,
what it's
that was a
called.
different spell.
That's a difference.
That was for a different spell.
Oh, God
We
damn
went to
it.
the abbot in Kresek to ask about that, and I did ask about it.
That's
I
right.
can't for the life of me remember what he answered. I'll need to rewatch the session.
So one of the things that I will do and came up with this interesting idea is if you guys forget stuff in game, what I'll do is I'll have you
Characters
roll.
don't remember it.
I'll have you, if your character or even you don't remember,
Mhm.
but your characters, should know it because maybe you've lost notes or whatever. I'll have you roll a wisdom check, and if you pass it, depending on the difficulty, then I'll tell you. Otherwise,
Yeah,
your
I think
character is
that's
forgotten.
fair. I do have to
Yeah,
get
that's
better
fair.
about taking notes. The problem is just that usually by the time we start playing, my brain starts to shut down for my workday, and I forget.
Yeah.
Like I have issues remembering stuff just
Well, so far,
in the day anyway. But
Ileanys has been doing a good job of putting a lot of notes in your
Yeah.
in your journal, and you guys can always go. I leave that Barovia player map up, and you guys can click on any one of those journal notes and just type in there at all during the game session. So, don't hesitate to do
Am I
that.
missing anything from the side quests? Do we have any other ones?
I also, since I'm
we
on
have
the
the
laptop,
shield.
the thing is, I also stopped doing that a few sessions ago, but I've been kind of putting this minor stuff into the quest log that we have in Foundry. There might be something that we're missing from the list that you just wrote.
Yeah, I can go ahead. Well, you got some stuff in there. Yeah, you guys can use the quest log. So I've installed that, so you guys can put the quest log in there and update that. You also have in your
Oh yeah, I
player
have been neglecting that.
Using tidy sheets, you have your journal notes and stuff like that. So you tell me what works best for you, whether it's the map and the journals, which it seems like Ileanys likes that, right, Ileanys?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think there's
the-
just a lot of UI and a lot of tabs, and remembering the extra tab for the quest log might be one tab
Yeah.
too many, especially since there's no easy shortcut to it.
At the
Yeah,
very
I
least,
think if we had to pick one, it'd be the map with the notes. I think that's the
Yes,
most
definitely.
convenient.
Am I
Yes.
missing any side quests, by the way? I put the list in player chat. Am I missing anything?
Let's take a look.
Well, none from memory, but
You have the Crest son who's healing, Lady of Phonos daughter's a curse. You have the you have the abbot
Yeah.
Yes.
who needs a
Then
love
put the other in
potion.
there.
Yeah, No, those are the side quests. Wasn't there Petra? Is that the side quest for the shield +1?
Yes.
Yeah, Petra has the +1 shield. Um, then you also have obviously the dragon skull. Um,
It's more like a
Yeah.
main.
Argynvost? That's a main
Yeah.
quest.
okay.
I'm specifically looking at side quests that it's very easy for us to forget that we're actually doing these because these are minor things.
Oh right.
So
Nice.
hence unimportant side quests. These are very much not important in any way to the story, but they're important to the people, so I guess we do them. I guess like that's why I didn't want to put the abbot in there because that one's quite important. 3 revives is something. But yeah, let me put it in there for clearance sake. So yeah, I think that's it. I can't think of anything that we're missing in terms of side quests. Kai?
Kai has like one or two small things, but it's not really. I haven't
Personal?
written down. It's not really. I don't think it's.
Yeah, I mean,
If they're
it's,
personal
like, not
things,
as-
then it's up to you to remember. But if they're like group things, then
Yeah, I have. I have it written down. Like,
I have a personal thing right up in the Amber Town.
it's more. It's more like if we're in the area and we have time, then it's something we can do. But
Was there
that's what
anything?
these are for. That's specifically what these are for. So we remember to do them if we're in the area.
I mean, I can add the one I'm thinking of at the moment to the list.
Maybe something going back to the hermit, because I was there that session, so I wouldn't really know if there was anything that he.
Sorry, Kai, what are the things that you're thinking? Okay.
No,
you're just
I'm
having them.
typing one. Hang on a sec.
I like whoever put up that gif of the guy that spelled ragrets.
No rat. Yeah, that was in, I think, something about Fiannos.
Yes. No regrets for like the whole, mind lashing thing.
So Ileanys, this was a good session you mentioned, huh?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
What do you guys think about Falcon von Habsburg now?
It's a little
My
sad.
opinion of him hasn't changed much. He's a good guy, fallen on hard times, and I think he's fairly trustworthy.
Well, I'm slowly, like, I'm not saying I trust him yet, but I distrust him less now.
Uh,
I think that's all he can hope for.
what about you, Ileanys?
Who do you actually trust, Jan? Who does Jan
Fiannos
actually trust?
and to some degree the rest of the group.
Oh yeah, I don't know yet. I don't know if I trust von Habsburg yet, but
That's
we
for a
should-
spell, right?
No, that's
This one? No, it's not spell.
no,
Oh,
it's
Okay.
it's some like ancient druid secret stored there
Okay.
or something. Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. There was
We
also something we saw from the wizard tower on the other side, like a tree with a skull, or
Oh,
like
yes.
a wizard tree or something
you
on
did
those
see
lines.
the skull of the wizard tree on the other side of the lake, Lake Baratak. There was the tree with the skull face in it. That is correct. You have no idea what that is.
Skull face tree on the
I forgot.
side of the lake.
What do you guys think about running into the this paladin kind of death knight? He's now shown up 3 times.
That was cool.
Yeah,
That was
it's
cool.
kind of-
I was afraid that Jan would get frustrated enough to try to smite him or pick a fight with him, and that would obviously end badly. So I had to,
yeah.
step
I
in
mean,
and explain to him.
he was frustrated, but not necessarily by the dude, but more the fact that he wants to get to it, but there's just other fires that need putting out first. It wasn't so much frustration at obviously the fact that that thing is undead is a bit of a problem, but that's why he wants to go there to figure out what's wrong and if it can be salvaged. Because there seems to be a somewhat actionable plan to restore these knights to,
Okay.
not be undead. So yeah, that's very much something
Oh, yeah,
I would like to
Kai,
do
I need you,
sooner than later.
Kai. I also need you to teach me some druid spells now that I'm a level 1 druid.
Oh, really? I don't really have
Yeah.
many to teach you, but I can teach
Fairy
you.
fire? That one is
Fire,
important.
yeah, fairy fire.
What
I can
about
also
bonfire?
teach you. You know healing word, right? So the other one is
Yeah.
detect magic, and I don't think you can. I don't think I can teach you the higher level spell. Although I learned it
Not
before I
yet.
was level 5 druid, but I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah. I'll get there.
I forgot to put
Thorn whip, maybe.
something in the.
That's a cantrip. I don't think cantrips are really teachable.
Yeah, it's not really. It's something you learn throughout the years.
Bummer.
Something you can just flick on and on. Oh.
So
But honestly, the danger for the Burgermeister of Kresk was higher to be smitten than for the
Yes, I agree
fall
there.
knight.
I was like,
It's
as
just
a player, I was very close to just being like, "Fuck it, Jan, smite him."
it's just Anne has very little patience for people that get so hung up in their
in their own
I guess
lives,
Small little
seemingly
world.
and
minor
in their
problems.
family.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, it's
In their
perfectly
minor-
understandable, but the act of making this somebody else's problem as if it's the only thing that matters is
Yeah.
the part kind of
well, I
bothers
mean,
him. Hyatt obviously understands family and the importance of it,
well,
but
in his
he's
world,
willing to sacrifice himself for so many
Not to
important
mention
things.
that I'm pretty sure I'll have to look back on this, but I'm pretty sure I didn't make like a strong promise. I just said I'll look into it and see what I can do, and he put basically threw a fit here because I didn't come back with any results in 2 days. It's like, wait, really?
well,
Not even 2 days.
I think to be fair, put yourself in the character. You're a cleric from this very high order. You promised to take a look at his son. You didn't look at his son. You left town. Now
There's
you
no
come
need
back
to-
and you want your wagon back. So you didn't even take the time to look at his son. So, these towns are walled off. They're in really dark, shitty situations. And a cleric comes, promised to look at his son, and just kind of like, I'll promise to look at him, and then just kind of shrugs it off. So the only thing that matters in this guy's life is his last son. The rest of his kids have been killed. So, what seems unimportant to you, if you put yourself in his situation, it's certainly, this is you're his only hope, right? In his mind. And
which is why Fiannos should stop going around encouraging people and leaving a trail of hope. I'm totally with Strahd on that one.
Nope.
As a
That is
player,
the
at least.
one. I know, but that is the character flaw. That is one of the character flaws that I just decided for him, and he's sticking to that.
so I think his I think people need to be looked at kind of. He's a leader of this village that doesn't let anybody in ever. They've been attacked. He has to be in command. He's now standing around his guards. We need to, try to play the NPCs in a way that's commiserate to their.
I'm not saying that it was anything wrong with the character. That it's just that it was annoying because again we have this whole thing where we have multiple important things which weigh a lot more.
Well,
Yeah,
important to
think of it this way,
running
Pyram.
around.
but
The
they're
fact
important
that
to
we're
you,
annoyed
right?
shows you that you're putting the right screws on us.
Yes.
Right.
It's not a flaw in the character.
Right.
Yes.
What I'm saying is what's important to you in the campaign in the bigger picture. This is true in the this is I guess really true in the real world, is leaders or politicians or people, heads of community, the quote unquote little people, their problems are huge. How am I going to put food on the table? How am I going to take care of my kid? They don't give a shit about the war that's going on the other side of the world or anything like that. So the Burgermeister always thinking about is his son and protecting his village. Your big adventures to Berez or the Selenka Temple is meaningless to him. In fact, he thinks your stuff is completely unimportant in his mind. If that makes any sense.
Yeah, sure. It makes perfect sense. Doesn't
It makes
make
sense
Herjann
for the
any less
character,
frustrated.
doesn't make him no.
No,
Exactly.
absolutely. I totally get it.
At least we don't have to see him for a while. Yay.
Yeah. So was there any new characters for you guys in the resource section? I have one here I have to put in there from last session. So
You have to put in the mime there, and I don't think we met anyone new. No, we didn't meet anyone new.
So there was the creature that you saw in the rooftop that was kind of okay. Let me put it. I got him in here, and silent, small creature that could not speak in the spire of Ravenloft. Okay, and I just put him in there so you'll see him.
I'm really tempted to try to attune to the freaking mace just to see what happens. I know it's a terrible idea, but I still want to do it.
I'm gonna
To quote
go.
myself from a couple of sessions ago, you know what killed the cat? Curiosity. It's just
I'm gonna go have some there,
It's not
guys.
even curiosity at this point. because-
Ileanys, what was
Yeah,
that?
so yeah.
I couldn't hear you.
Oh, I said I'm gonna go
gonna
have make some dinner.
Okay.
So I will
Oh my
see you
God,
guys
that's-
next week.
Bye-bye.
yeah,
Yes.
right. That's what that thing
Yeah.
looked like. I thought it was pretty much a normal dude in a fancy outfit.
No, that's what he looks like.
Oh, that's
He's
creepy, I guess.
yeah, a little kind of gesture looking little dude that was up hanging around in the rafters up in the spire.
Creepy or cute?
Kind of
I
creepy.
mean, a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B.
Yeah, it's a little bit of both there.
Oh, I also didn't see that or know that the legs are they. It does look like an actual doll instead of a person.
Yeah, Tim, what I was saying earlier, it's not even curiosity at this point because I know that there's gonna be, like, I know what it is. It's a not good mace, which, will not fit, doesn't want to be attuned to a good aligned character. So I basically know what it is and what it does. So it's not exactly curiosity. It's more so arrogance. It's like, but can I still control it? Can I still force it to do my bidding despite all of that?
I kind of still maybe that's just my English being my second language. I still would put that or file that under curiosity.
I guess I would file it more so under arrogance, but yeah.
I mean, yeah, sure. That's also, yeah, a thing.
I still want to try it. Oh well, I guess we just because everyone else already has special weapons. We have Ileanys, whose bow blasts are now so good he probably
I'll be
won't
back
doing
in-
anything else except
I'll be
for
back
crowd
in
control spells.
1 second. So, thank you for watching this session. We're just here chatting afterwards, talking about what's going on. Next Thursday is going to be a little radical because I'm going to have to split the party, and I do that sometimes where I take one player into a chat room, but this is going to be an entire session which the party is going to be split. We have one of them going to the Wizards of Wine and one of them going to Slink a Pass. So it's going to be a little crazy. So I got my work cut out for me for next week. Then first of all, I want to say thanks again for watching, giving us all the opportunity. We're having a great time playing this. This is a really might not have seemed to you, but a stressful session for me because I really didn't know where this was going to go with the players, but it ended up working out very well. So until next time, this is Parm King. May all your rolls be critical, and make sure you tune in next Thursday, 6 p.m. GMT London time for Legends of Barovia session